The first bill on the calendar today is House File number 3669.
House File number 3669, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to taxation, the second engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 3669 is the tax bill. It is a strong bipartisan bill that will provide the largest property tax cut in over 20 years for homeowners and renters. And on top of that, it will make very meaningful and positive impact on our families and our seniors, and also help those workers and small businesses who were impacted the most by the pandemic. On top of that, the bill addresses some very important issues of our workforce shortage and affordable housing. And so, members, before I go into the details of what's in the tax bill, I'd like to offer some thank yous, because we know these efforts, these bills come together, and it's a team that puts it together. So I'd like to thank folks who had a big part in putting this bill together. I'd like to start with the House Public Information staff in Barry LaGrave, Chris Carpenter, Rob Hubbard. House Research, independent research. We are so blessed in this House of Representatives to have great research teams. They are Sean Williams, Chris Clayman, Jared Swanson, Justin Cope, and Alexandra Hagler. House Fiscal, Cynthia Templin and Catherine Schill. Our revisers, who put everything together, Evan Powell and Maureen Sandy. Our partisan staff on the Republican side, Kelly Canavati and Margaret Martine. And on the DFL side, Committee Legislative Administrator Ursula Griska. We have researchers Eric Peterson and Sean Haydorn. And our committee administrator, we know how important good committee administrators are. Polly Servanik is the committee administrator. Also, a big thank you to the Department of Revenue, Commissioner Doty. Not only do they put out a lot of revenue estimates and in a short period of time, but offer some great insight and input into the bill we're putting together. The Tax Committee. We all know that the Tax Committee is the premier committee of this august body. And so a huge thank you to the Tax Committee. It has been a true honor and a true joy to chair the Tax Committee, the members, their honor, their respect, the dignity in which they carry themselves in debate is very remarkable, and I am so appreciative of that. Special thanks to GOP lead Representative Davids. Representative Davids and I go back to 1991. We were both mayors, and we met at a mayor's conference. And I've been on the Tax Committee ever since with him in here. Representative Davids, thank you for your cooperation, your work, your high integrity. It's been a real honor to serve with you for 22 years. Also the lead on the new Republican side, Representative Miller. Thank you so much for your work. Our Vice Chair, Les Lagarde, for always having my back. I appreciate that very, very much. And our Property Tax Chair, Representative Yoakim, who you'll see when she talks about the property tax side, all the hard work that they put in. So thank you all for all of this. This is always teamwork. This is the House's bill. This is the House's bill. So the premise of this tax bill is very Minnesotan. It's very Minnesota nice. And what I mean by that is that think about neighbors in Minnesota. And if I see my neighbor building a new garage, I'll go over and say, you know, how can I be of the most help? Or you see a neighbor that has a challenge and you go over and say, how can I do the most good? That's what this tax bill does. It looks at our families, it looks at our seniors and say, how can we be of the most help with this tax bill? You know, we look at drastically cutting property taxes. How can we help? Look at workers and small businesses. How can we be of some good in helping you along? So this tax bill follows a very Minnesotan value type of thing. So I want to talk about, first of all, the major areas in the bill. And the first is working with families. This tax bill says to our families, we understand the joys of raising a family. We also understand the challenges. And one of the major premises of this bill is to cut down on rising costs. And we know that young families at this time of their stage of life probably are facing the highest bills they'll ever face. Childcare costs, student loan payments, mortgage or rent payments, property taxes. And so this bill really zeroes in on how can we reduce those costs. So the major item in here for families is the Great Start Child Care and Dependent Credit. Representative Katitza Watun championed that bill. But what it does, it recognizes that on the average, child care costs are about, in a center, about $16,000 a year, a family center about $9,000. What it says is, we are going to provide you with a $3,000 credit for any child under the age of 5, from birth through the age of 4. And for each child, so if you have 2 children in those ages, it'd be a $6,000 credit and up to $7,500 credit for 3 or more. We also increase the phase out, goes up to $125,000 income before it starts phasing out. But even at $150,000, you still get about $2,250 of credit. This will go out to 186,000 families. It's significant. So the Great Start credit and helping complement a lot of what you heard early on in our efforts to lower and make child care more affordable. Another thing that families face are trying to get out from the avalanche of student debt. And so this primarily triples the student loan debt from $500 to $1,400 and makes it refundable. Which means even if your tax liability isn't $1,400, you can still get that amount. That's going to go out to about 42,000 filers. The third thing we have for families is a one-time rebate. It's the Child Tax Credit Rebate. It's a check that would go out just like Governor Walz's checks would go out in the summer, early fall. This works the same way. It's just done a little differently into some different folks. This would go to any child under the age of 17, a one-time payment of $325 per child. Another thing we do, and this will go out to about 560,000 filers, an average of about $540 of a one-time credit. And that was, Representative Herr had the student loan credit, and we also, Representative Frazier has a K-12 education credit, which they can apply for. So I just listed 4 different things for families. So let me give you one example. Let me just give you one example of what this would mean. Let's take a family of 4, and they have one child who's 3 years of age, and let's say another child of 8. They make $125,000, and they live in a $425,000 home in the city of Plymouth. Because they have one child under 5, they get a $3,000 credit. They got 2 children under 17, they get $650 of a one-time rebate. And because of the changes you'll hear from Chair Joachim that we did for the Homestead Credit State Refund, they would get about $165 of increased Homestead Credit State Refund, which is about 3% of their property tax bill. That's over $3,800. And if you just take the $3,000 credit, that is a 54% income tax cut for that young family. 54% cut. So it is very significant. And of course, if you have 2 children under that age, it would be a $6,000 child care credit, which means just that $6,000, that is all of your tax liability. And on top of that, you get another $500. So let me talk about what this bill does for seniors, because we know that senior citizens on fixed incomes, anything you can do to reduce costs is going to help. And so what we do in this bill is we say we put significant cuts into your Social Security benefits. We make tax cuts to your Social Security benefits. And what we say, because right now, a lot of seniors, they're paying taxes, but they're not necessarily paying taxes on their Social Security, but it's complicated. It's a very complex formula. So we just say this: if your taxable income as a couple is $75,000 or less, not a dime of taxes on your Social Security benefits. And if you're single, $58,600 or less taxable income, not a dime on your Social Security benefits. Now, your total income, actually, because taxable income, the way the formula works, in reality, it's about a total income of $85,000. And you won't be paying anything on Social Security. And for a single, it's about $62,000. That's about $114 million of cuts. About 250,000 seniors will see an average cut of about $470. It's significant. But on top of that, we also, as I've talked to seniors, a very important thing for senior citizens is maintaining their independence. And how is that? It's being able to stay in their homes. So I've done a lot of door knocking over my time, see seniors, they've lived in that home for 40, 50, 60 years. They raised their family there. You know, they had the birthdays. They, ate around the table. They did wedding plans around that table. They raised their families in that home. And now they've got grandchildren. And if you're a grandparent, there's nothing sweeter than when they say, I'm going to Papa's house, or I'm going to Grandma's house. And over Christmas, and they're going to be arriving soon to your house, and you're standing by the door, and the car pulls into the driveway, and the parents let the grandkids out of the child seats, and they see you at the door, and they come running up to you, and as they get to you, you just give them a big hug. That is special. That is joy. And that's why one of the major things we're doing in this bill is cutting property taxes, making sure our seniors can stay in their homes and enjoy that as long as they can. And so let me give you some examples for a senior citizen under House File 3669. If you are a couple and you're each making about $18,000 of Social Security, that's $36,000 between you, and you're making another $44,000 outside that, so your total income is $80,000, you won't pay anything on your Social Security benefits. And that tax cut is going to be about $848, about a 51% cut on your income. Besides that, again, because of the changes made in the tax bill, and let's say you're living in a $350,000 home in Edina, you would see an increase on your homestead credit state refund of about $141, about 3% of your tax bill. 140. So it's a total of almost $1,000 between those two things of tax benefits in this bill. Let's say you're a single. You've got $18,000 Social Security. You're earning $34,000 additional dollars. That's $50,000. Again, you're not going to pay a dime on Social Security. It's going to be a tax cut of about $367, about 28% tax cut. And let's say you're renting a one-bedroom, $700 a month in Fergus Falls. Because of what we're doing in the renter's credit, you would get an increase of about $147 on your renter's credit, about a 10% increase of what you normally would have. That is significant. And so we spend a lot of dollars saying, how can we be of the most good to our families and our seniors? So a few other things here before I want to go to the renter's credit. We also look at how we can help workers and small businesses who have been hit hardest by the pandemic. Representative Stevenson has an unemployment insurance subtraction like we did last year, up to $10,200 for workers lost their jobs, were on unemployment insurance. There's a subtraction there that's going to get to about 260,000 people with an average tax cut of about $604. For small businesses, we provide about $150 million of relief. Part of it is in Representative Abaje's county pandemic relief bill, $50 million to businesses that probably didn't see a lot of help from maybe some of the other proposals and other programs that they had. There's also about $75 million of cuts to businesses by getting kind of all the federal conformity done. We conform up to November 15th of 2021, and so that's a lot of your restaurant revitalization, your shuttered venue loans, all those type of things we're now conforming to. So it's about 6 federal bills we're finally going to catch up on. And one other thing that kind of was below the radar screen is that in the last couple years when businesses have received grants or forgivable loans from the state or through the county, those are taxable. So this bill says those won't be taxable. So we try to help out those businesses and individuals that were hit hard by the pandemic. Final thing I'm going to mention here before I turn it over to Chair Joachim is you have heard from people. In fact, your own value statements you're getting on your property taxes, statewide residential properties are going up 19%. Agricultural property values going up 15% statewide. Apartments going up 10%. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean your taxes are going to go up because that depends on the levy. But the fact that residential, agriculture, and apartments are going up faster than others, everything else being equal, they're going to see more of an increase than anyone else. And so that is why a major focus of this bill was to put over $250 million of direct, dollar for dollar, direct property tax cuts for homeowners and renters. Like I said, these are not shifts. These are direct dollars that go out to our property owners. That's going to be significant. And the big part in there is moving the renter's refund to the renter's credit, which means moving it from a refund that comes out in August and September and moving it now to your income tax as a credit. By the way, this is nothing new. This was done this way prior to 1981 when during, if you remember, well, you don't remember that year, but if you history, they had several special sessions to try to solve a big budget deficit, and it was a shift. It was a shift. We're bringing that back. And so not only will that bring in over 100,000 new people who are eligible that now will qualify, but another thing we do is we move from household income to adjusted gross income, which means non-taxable Social Security, when you apply for the renter's credit, no longer has to be counted. So let me give you one example. You've got a senior couple earning $36,000 in Social Security, each getting about $18,000. And let's say they're earning another $10,000. So their total income is $46,000. We've heard a lot of folks say, you know, you've got a lot of seniors that are only living off their Social Security, and that's true. But even if you exempt all of the Social Security benefits from taxation, you don't impact that family or that couple because their Social Security isn't taxed anyway. But this bill, because of moving from, in this case, what would be a $46,000 income down to about $10,000 on the renter's credit, will, depending on their rent, will actually increase their renter's credit by $900 to over $1,000. Think about that. These are the seniors that are living primarily off Social Security, and if you eliminate the tax on Social Security, they don't see one dime of benefit because they're already not paying any taxes on that. This would provide them with $900 to $1,000 if they're renting on this. That is huge. And so about 88,000 seniors would be impacted. This is big, and we know that about 30% of all those that are on the renter's credit are seniors, and in about, I think, 20 of the counties, it's 50% or more are seniors or those with disability. Finally, a few other points that we're addressing in this bill is affordable housing. Representative Howard has been a champion in this area and others, but has a bill that would provide about $40 million a year to counties that would be distributed based on cost burden with housing. That's huge. He also has a provision that would provide $25 million of one-time funding for rental emergency assistance, which is huge. Representative Sandstead has a bill that addresses that polar vortex that hit for 5 or 6 days last February of 21 that would provide credits for customers who saw an increase in costs, but also help those 33 municipals that had to take out of reserves and so forth. We also have a sales tax exemption, Representative Swedzinski, that this is for 2 years. Maybe in conference we can go further than this, but would be for 2 years that any local government on construction starting last year up to January 1st of this next year, that sales tax would be exempt. Representative Joachim has the historic rehabilitation credit in the bill. So there's a number of things in there. Members, this is a Minnesota nice tax bill. Again, the largest property tax cuts in over 20 years for homeowners and renters. It's going to lower costs for our senior citizens and our families. It addresses those hit hardest are workers and small businesses by the pandemic. And so I'm looking forward to a good debate today. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Chair Joachim to talk about all the work, wonderful work she did on the property tax side.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Chair Marquardt, I would like to thank you for your partnership and your years of dedication to this body and our state. Your commitment to approaching tax policy with fairness and equity in mind, along with your ability to do math in your head, it will be absolutely desperately missed, as well as all the scenarios you can figure out on the just in a split second. So thank you so much. Members, I'll be going over the property tax portions of the bill. I would like to echo Chair Marquardt's thank yous to our House nonpartisan staff and partisan staff that help our committees run smoothly and allow us to do our jobs professionally. And thank you to House media who make sure that our committees can be seen by the public and have made the virtual committee process possible. I would also like to thank the members of our Property Tax Committee for all the hours you put in and the bills that you introduced. All that has made this a much better bill. And thank you for listening to the hours of testimony, especially when we have to delve into the wonderful world of local option sales tax. I also want to thank my Vice Chair, Aisha Gomez, for her work ethic and patience with me. And finally, to lead Representative Hertaus. deep gratitude for your willingness to meet with me week after week to go over all the bills on the agenda. There were times where we definitely found common ground, and I would like to think that we learned a little bit from each other along the way. Members, one of the major tasks we have in the Property Tax Division is to make sure that our property tax system has a sense of fairness and equity. Through the Property Tax Refund Program, homestead exclusions, targeted property tax cuts, renters credit, and senior deferral program, we provide homeowners and renters with money to offset a portion of their local property taxes. Through local government and county program aid, we send assistance to our cities and counties so that they can provide needed services to their communities. As a division, we also support our schools with levy equalization for those communities that have lower property values. The legislation before you makes needed investments in all of these programs. This bill also provides tax increment financing flexibility to our cities and makes needed updates recommended by the Office of the State Auditor in the implementation of TIF. You can see these changes in Article 6. In Article 7, you can see the provisions for 15 different local option sales tax, as well as language that clarifies the process for these tools and the types of projects that qualify. We really try to tighten up the process and still make it very transparent. Also in Article 7, you'll see lodging taxes for a few cities and counties. But the largest investment, nearly 2/3 of our budget, goes to a transformational change that Chair Marquardt mentioned to the renter's credit. We move from the income calculation from household income to adjusted gross income, as well as moving the program onto the income tax forms. And I'd like to thank Chair Marquardt, Vice Chair Representative Gomez, and Representative Agbaje for their work in this area. This provision will make a difference for Minnesotans across the state. And when you look at the data, in over 1/3 of our counties, 40% of the renters who use this program are seniors and or folks with disabilities. Renters are in each and every one of our districts and communities, and they are struggling to meet the high cost of rent compared to their income. This provision expands the amount of folks who qualify, simplifies the application process, and gets them their money months earlier. We also make a variety of investments in property tax cuts that will be felt in each one of your communities. We increase our investment in the property tax refund program by updating the income qualifications, increasing the max refund by $200, and adjusting the threshold and co-pays to focus increased refunds to those making between $21,000 and $71,000 a year. Members, those are folks in our communities who are PCAs, who are teachers, who are beginning police officers, who are young professionals just starting out, and those making minimum wage up to $35 an hour. These folks will see an increase in their property tax refunds in this bill. And thanks to Representative Kelly Morrison, we adjust the homestead market exclusion from 2012 values to current ones. That will increase the amount of value excluded from taxes on the front end. In particular, will help our suburban areas that are seeing big spikes. And with the bill from Representative Jess Hansen, we update the senior deferral program by increasing the threshold, income threshold from $60,000 to $96,000 and lowering the amount of years that you can qualify for it from 15 to 5. And members, this is really important because if we want folks to downsize as they age, we need to make sure that this tool is still available for our seniors over 65. By making that 5 to 5 years, that really helps. Finally, a bill from Representative John Hewitt changes our targeted property tax credit. Currently, this refund program allows anyone, regardless of income, who has a 12% spike in their property taxes in 1 year to receive some of this relief. I wish I would have known more about this program. I think over the last 20-some years of being a homeowner, we probably qualified for it 5 times and didn't realize it. And the bill before you improves it. It moves that 12% to 10% and then changes the max refund from $1,000 to $2,000. So I hope that you help your constituents know that this is available. The renter's credit, coupled with the changes to our property tax refund programs, provide the largest property tax cut we've seen in 20 years. On top of that, we also provide a large investment in equalizing the first tier of the local option revenue for school districts across the state. In fact, 90% of our school districts will see an increase in their level of equalization, giving money back to taxpayers. I would like to thank Representative Hewitt and Representative Keeler for their work on this needed investment. You've all been emailed fiscal runs of your school districts. I encourage you to look at them. By investing more money in equalization, taxpayers across the state will see more money in their pockets. One of the provisions that I'm particularly proud of is the needed update that we make to the local government aid formula. Over the years, the LGA program evolved to what we have today, a program to provide state aid to property-poor municipalities so that they can provide basic city services. Services, and when I say property-poor, I mean cities that have a large percentage of their property that's not taxable. Services like city streets, sewer, clean water, and public safety. This aid is provided by a need-based formula that has also evolved over the years. In fact, about every 10 years, the formula needs to be adjusted to reflect current market values and the changing needs of their cities, and this was the 10-year mark. I would like to thank the stakeholders who represent communities from across the state that help with this necessary formula fix. Beginning in August, the League of Minnesota Cities, the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities, Small Cities, and Metro Cities worked alongside our nonpartisan staff to go through more than 40 different regression models to find that formula that accurately assesses a city's need. With this revamped formula and a 5% plus increase in funding, there are over a dozen cities that will receive LGA that had previously dropped off the formula, and other cities that will see an improved allocation. We had just enough money in it to make sure that almost everyone's city is held harmless. I hope to see a larger investment in this area as we come back from conference committee, and you also have received their fiscal runs for the new formula, and I encourage you to look at how this investment will affect your cities. We also provide an increase in county program aid in this bill. There's a spreadsheet that has also been mailed to you to show this additional investment in CPA and how it'll affect your counties, and once again, I hope we can put a little bit more money into that in conference committee. So with that, Mr. Speaker and members, those are kind of the highlights. There's more in there, but the highlights of the property tax portion of the bill, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, there's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Marquardt moves to amend House File Number 3669, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A42.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Chair Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. So this is the author's amendment, the A42. It makes three small changes. One, it eliminates an expiration date, and then the two other changes deal with the Tax Expenditure Review Commission. They held their first meeting a couple weeks ago, and there was a couple things they found that should be changed, and that's what this does. So, member, I would ask for your support.
Discussion to the A42 amendment. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the A42 amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barr moves to amend House File Number 3669, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0456.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is House File 2995. First off, I'd like to thank all my co-authors on here, Representative Doubt, Representative Scott, Representative West, and Representative Raleigh. Many of us, we're all part of the Anoka County Commission, contingent here in the Capitol, part of the House. This amendment moves $484,650 of LGA money out of the city of Minneapolis to the Anoka County. Why would I want to go ahead and take money out of Minneapolis and move it to Anoka County? Because 2 years ago, when Anoka County responded to the emergency down in Minneapolis, the protests, they invested 5,073 patrol man hours, 724 hours of command staff, 93 hours of their highway department, 139 hours of their emergency management, and $91,159 for meals, water, vehicle maintenance, fuel, ancillary costs. And they have not been reimbursed by the city of Minneapolis. So this amendment is, in essence, I'm just being a collector of dues, of fees paid. This is nothing more than services rendered and not paid for. So in 2 years, the city of Minneapolis has not paid their bill. This amendment would pay the bill. And with that, I would request a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Not quite 15 hands. Not seeing 15 hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So anyway, a yes vote would be encouraged as well. So thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Barr yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Barr, you know, we appreciate what the County of Anoka did during this process. What's going to happen if the City of Minneapolis doesn't reimburse the county? So if this LGA doesn't get transferred, what's going to happen if that money, what's going to happen to taxpayers? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Swedzinski. Right now, they have taken out of their reserve fund to pay the wages for all of the man hours, et cetera, pay the vehicle maintenance, et cetera. Eventually, this will be a tax increase on taxpayers of Anoka County. Anoka County actually prides itself on being a very fiscally responsible county. They have not raised the levy in 3 consecutive years now. They have managed to stay within, you know, Representative Marquardt going through the tax bill, or you mentioned about levy increases and things like that. Property values have gone up in Anoka County, and with that increase of tax revenue through property value increase, they have not had to raise the levy in 3 consecutive years. This could very well lead to, and probably will lead to, a tax increase of some sort, or a cut in services someplace else, many of those services that this body requires the county to service. So,
Discussion. I recognize the representative from Candy, Ohio, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We know the way amendments go here, and so I just wanted to take this moment to speak specifically to this. I know that when there was counties that sent sheriffs, there was other law enforcement services. I believe they were all reimbursed, and I've been hearing from Representative Barr about this in Anoka County. I'm not from Anoka, I'm not even from the area, so I don't know the details of why Minneapolis refuses to pay their debts in this one circumstance. But I do think that one of the things that we do here on the House floor is an amendment raises the voice to something that we know, since we're in the minority, may not get passed. Okay, we understand that. But we have representatives, several representatives here from Minneapolis. Talk to your leadership. That Anoka is not asking for anything crazy. They're just saying pay the debt that's owed to us. As Representative Barr intimated, the House is not best served to be a debt collector, but we don't know how else to do this. And he's tried to go to city officials. His city has tried to go to city officials, and they get rebuffed time and time and time again. Minneapolis is arguably the richest city in the state of Minnesota. We give them, probably when it's all said and done, hundreds of millions of dollars in different ways from here, plus their taxes, plus other things. They just need to pay their bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the A22 amendment? I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Bowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Barr yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Bowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Barr, am I correct in understanding this payment would not come from LGA and thus really cost all counties? It would be coming from the responsible party, in this case, the city of Minneapolis?
Representative Barr.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Bowe, that is correct. This is only coming from the people who, the responsible party, as you stated it. And one of the things that kind of baffles me about all this, we had law enforcement officials, conservation officers, other counties around the state responded. We had law enforcement officials from surrounding states came and responded to the civil unrest in Minneapolis in 2020. Anoka County is the only county that has not been repaid. Everybody else has been reimbursed for their expenses, and Anoka County is the only one. And that is another reason why we're here today, is because somehow Anoka County got singled out. And yes, Representative Bowe, this is the responsible party paying their debt, and no one else would be held harm. There will be harm to no one else. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Barr, for bringing this amendment. For obvious reasons, I support it. My county sheriff's office has not been reimbursed for this expense, and they did a yeoman's work during the rioting. So, members, I encourage a green vote.
Any further discussion to the A22 amendment? I recognize Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, in this bill, this would account for less than 10% of what Minneapolis is getting in additional funds. And I think it was a slight oversight that we didn't consider this item. So I'm going to vote green for fairness.
Further discussion? I recognize the member from, I need my glasses. Member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
The best county in the state, Mr. Speaker, and I know even you agree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've been listening to this, I'm actually really shocked that we are several years removed now from this incident where the great people, the great citizens of Anoka County, they helped out the city of Minneapolis when the riots were occurring. And I'm really puzzled as to why they have not been reimbursed. So, Mr. Speaker, I would seek if Representative Johnson would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Johnson, I am not very familiar with the process. If one municipality helps another, is there any background that you can give? Is it standard procedure for municipalities to reimburse, or is there any insight you could give us?
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Lucero, if there's mutual aid agreements, those are covered under those between those different jurisdictions. But this was in Minneapolis. It was a little different story during the riots. That was a declaration of emergency, and I believe it's in Chapter 12 of Minnesota statute that during a declaration of emergency, the requesting or the city that is where the emergency at is responsible to pay all costs for the department that's assisting.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so if statute spells out that they are responsible for their costs, then, Mr. Speaker, should they not be owing up to their responsibility? And it seems to me that a lack of payment is a lack of responsibility. But I'm not shocked, because as a member of the Public Safety Committee, we heard a report several weeks ago that did an analysis on the response to the riots and what was happening at the time. And among the things in that report, they detailed confusion among the leadership in Minneapolis. And so this confusion translated into what we saw: criminal riotous thugs destroying Minneapolis, setting it on fire. And again, the good people of many municipalities, among them Anoka County, responded to help. And if statute spells out that they are responsible to reimburse, yet they have not done so in 2 years, I would ask anybody to just raise their hand. Do you know why? I'll ask you to yield. Do you know why they haven't reimbursed? What is the justification that the city of Minneapolis has not lived up to their obligations? I don't see a single hand. So either nobody knows, or they do know, Mr. Speaker, and they're not willing to share. Well, in either of those cases, it's not acceptable. And as we just heard Mr. Speaker, Representative Barr say, in an answer to Representative Swedzinski's question, if Minneapolis doesn't live up to their responsibility, that's going to have the consequence of either decreased services or property tax increases on the residents of Anoka County. That's not fair. So the failure in leadership in Minneapolis should not result in tax increases on the residents of Anoka County. Members, vote green on the Barr amendment for equity. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I had the opportunity to speak to my sheriff to get an understanding of this reimbursement and how it was going to work, how it wasn't going to work, and really getting to the heart of the delay that's going on. And members, I want to share with you that, we're setting a very bad precedent. We're setting a very bad example if we're not doing this reimbursement, because I believe that we're putting our law enforcement response at risk. When we have a response that comes from the outer counties, whether it's my county of Anoka or some of the other counties surrounding the suburbs, it's our responsibility as a state to reimburse for those services. This isn't a political issue, it is a calculation issue. Do we want to be able to have police response in our cities when we need them? Now, when we go in and we do disaster management, like I spoke about earlier this week, I was up on the Red River Valley doing sandbagging operations in the past. I've done search and rescue operations for missing pilots here in Minnesota. We've done search and rescue for missing children. In each of those situations, when we've been out there for 24, 48, 60 some hours, while we're looking for people, while we're looking to support our communities, there is a trust that is created between the respondents and those that are asking, begging in many cases for help. And one of those social, economic, just being, as Chair Marquardt said, just being good Minnesotans, being Minnesota nice. You expect those responders to come into your communities and to provide the services that are being requested. On the backside of it, afterwards, in the after-action reviews, what our counties and our responders are looking for is just to get reimbursed. And that's what this amendment will do. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A22 amendment. I recognize Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Barr, for bringing this bill. Members, close to $500,000. Close to $500,000 that the city of Minneapolis owes Anoka County. This for police services rendered to help the people of the city of Minneapolis. And the city of Minneapolis won't pay the bill. We heard the last couple of years the people in Minneapolis wanting to defund the police. It appears, Mr. Speaker and members, now they want to defund the police in Anoka County. That's what it appears. Would Representative Davney yield, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Davney is not currently present. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Gomez yield, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Gomez is not present. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if any of these members are online, Mr. Speaker. Do we have quorum, Mr. Speaker? I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, would Representative Knorr yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, Representative Knorr is here. I can see him. Thank you for being here, Representative Knorr. Representative Knorr, so can you tell us why does it appear that the people in the city of Minneapolis controlling the government there, I suspect you meet with them and know them, they're your constituents, why do they refuse to pay the bill to Anoka County for nearly $500,000 for services rendered protecting the people in your city? It appears to me, Representative Knorr, that they are attempting to defund the police in Anoka County. So the question, Representative Nora, would be, is that true? Are they attempting to defund the police in Anoka County? And can you tell us more about why the bill is not being paid?
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, I think this is an important conversation. You know, the community that is being called names, you know, thugs, the people who defund the police, that characterization is something that this chamber has to stop. We can no longer take that message, which we're hearing in this chamber. We need to be respectful of our neighbors. We need to be respectful of the people of Minneapolis. Now, coming to your question, there's nothing that I'm aware of that the city of Minneapolis is defunding the police in Anoka County. That's taking this message to a different level. The negotiations and the process that exists between two local government, it's between them, and I'm aware of the process is ongoing. But this issue of Minneapolis and its people, I think we need to be more careful of what we say here. So no one is defunding the Anoka police. No one is avoiding to pay their bills. And I can tell you right now, whenever there is two local government, when they agree on something, and when Anoka County needs help from the city of Minneapolis, the city will respond. We have seen that when it happens in many other places. So this conversation of how we characterize Minneapolis is something that we need to stop. And if we want to talk about the after-action report, there's a lot to discuss in that report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Noor. And Representative Noor, I only bring this up because this is the amendment before us. Representative Noor, this is where the bill is not being paid. I didn't call anyone a thug or anything like that. I wish the Democrats in this body would stop joining the race to victimhood for their people, because we're not attacking any particular people. Representative Noor, what I asked is, why is your city council, and I don't think there's thugs on your city council. Is that what you're saying, Representative Noor? I don't think that's what you're saying. I don't think that's what I'm saying. We're trying to communicate here and understand, why are the leaders in the city of Minneapolis that make the decisions on the budget, the elected people, why are they not paying Anoka County? That was a question. It was that simple, Representative Noor. We don't have to pretend we're in a race to victimhood and somebody is somehow attacking us or something, or attacking somebody who's not even the subject of the question, for crying out loud. So, members, it appears to me that no one knows, or they're not present here, why the city of Minneapolis isn't paying its bill. And the police, in their ability to be funded properly and operate properly in Anoka County, need to be paid. And Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the members realize what is right and just here, and that's what Representative Barr's amendment attempts to do, to try to fix a situation where the leaders in the city of Minneapolis are not doing the right thing, not doing the just thing, and paying their bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. I would ask for no vote on this amendment. First, we don't know what the debt situation is here as we're discussing this on the House floor. Second, Representative Barr, I wish you would have come chatted with me about this. Maybe we would have heard the bill. Third, many of you have served on local city councils in cities that receive local government aid. You know, and you also know, as local officials, that over 40% of a city's budget is public safety, in particular police departments. That's what cities pay for. Cuts, you know, don't get me wrong, listen very closely. Cuts to local government aid are cuts to public safety. Remember that. LGA is also a state program to provide state aid to property poor municipalities so that they can provide basic city services. Services like public safety, city streets, sewer, clean water. LGA is meant to support our cities and should not be used as a mechanism to punish them. LGA funding is provided on a need-based formula, a formula that we are updating in this bill. The beauty of a formula is that it's an analytical approach, not a political one. A formula that is based on a rubric of needs and provides duly elected city council money to meet those needs. A22 amendment takes $484,650 of local government aid away from one particular city in the state and gives it to a county instead. Members, I also want to note that this bill before you increases county program aid through the current formula. And I would call your attention to the spreadsheet you've been emailed that shows the distribution of CPA in this bill. Under current law in 2023, Anoka County is slated to receive $19,351,964 in CPA. With the CPA increase in the bill, they will receive an additional $979,316. Members, I would ask for no vote on this amendment.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did reach out to my city staff to ask about this, and we have not received an invoice from Anoka County we, the city of Minneapolis, have not received an invoice from Anoka County asking for services to be reimbursed during the riots. So we have received invoices from other cities asking for reimbursement, and they were paid. The city of Minneapolis and Anoka County have a mutual aid agreement. When Anoka County calls, Minneapolis shows up and helps. When Minneapolis needs help, we expect Anoka County to be neighborly and help us as well. It's important that these mutual aid agreements exist for the protection of everyone in our state. Minneapolis is a great neighbor. We make sure we go out of our way to help other municipalities. We stand with you and all of your constituents, and we ask that you stand with us when we need your help. Thank you.
Further discussion. To the author of the amendment, Representative, one second, Representative Barr. I recognize the member from Chicago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to clarify a couple of things that have been talked about. We're talking about mutual aid agreements, and I want to be very clear. And Representative Jordan, you're absolutely right, and there is no doubt in my mind that when the city of Minneapolis, when the Minneapolis Police Department is called upon, they answer that call. There is no doubt in my mind that those police officers have the integrity to answer that call, and that their number one priority is the public safety of the citizens of Minnesota. You are right on that. However, these mutual aid agreements are interesting things, and typically what they cover is things like when Anoka County has a fair, or a parade, or a community event where they need some additional support. We're not talking about cities burning down where our police departments from across the state of Minnesota have to come into Minneapolis to protect our citizens. That is not what was envisioned with these mutual aid agreements. And it's true, LGA is to support our cities. It's not to punish them. Well, good news, we're not punishing anyone right now. What we are doing is we are helping the city of Minneapolis meet their obligations. The city of Minneapolis called upon surrounding communities to go above and beyond mutual aid agreements at significant cost to those cities and counties. With Anoka County, to the tune of $500,000. And that is now a bill that those local taxpayers have to pay on behalf of the city of Minneapolis. That's not right. This has nothing to do with punishing anyone. This is about helping the city of Minneapolis meet their obligations. Would Representative Stevenson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that I've spoken to other folks and they have spoken to the sheriff. I'm wondering, Representative Stevenson, if you can tell us, have you spoken to the sheriff or other leaders in Anoka County about this issue to have further clarity on what these expenses, the costs incurred were, what their needs are in meeting these expenses.
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I work very closely with our local law enforcement in my district with our phenomenal police chief in Coon Rapids, Brad Wise. I also represent Champlin, which is, of course, in Hennepin County, and they have a great police department there as well. And I have talked at great length about the great work that Chief Wise and his department do every day in the city of Coon Rapids, but also did during that time in Minneapolis. And we talked about the needs that his department has. And I'm actually really pleased to tell you that the Commerce Bill, which is coming up later today, includes a number of provisions that he specifically asked for to help deal with the challenges that they're facing in that department. A lot of resources, including direct funding for the challenges that those communities are facing. I also took note, I sit on the tax committee. I don't think you're on that committee, Representative Newbit-Brindley, but I'm sure you've studied the tax bill, and I know there's a lot of resources. I was just looking at my seatmate has a chart open here of the LGA formulas that Chair Joachim had in her division report, and I was looking through it at the various communities in my district, and Coon Rapids does exceptionally well under the LGA formula, which I am really grateful for, because of course that's how we fund our local law enforcement in communities like Coon Rapids and like Anoka and throughout Anoka County. So I think we have an excellent bill on the floor today to address a lot of these problems. I think we have an excellent bill coming up later today on the Commerce Bill, which goes directly to this point. I think we passed an excellent bill off the floor last week on the Public Safety Bill, which provided a lot of investment in important public safety and law enforcement measures around the state. I was proud to vote for that one, proud to vote for this one, proud to vote for the Commerce Bill later today.
Representative New-Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear a response to the question, so I'm assuming that Representative Stevenson has not spoken to the Anoka County Sheriff. Well, he didn't say he did, so. We also did just get additional information. So again, to dispel the misinformation that is being given on the Democrat side of the aisle right now, the city of Anoka did indeed send a bill to the city of Minneapolis. So they did receive that information. They did get a bill for that, for their costs that were incurred while providing this service. So while the Democrats told us that never happened, it did indeed happen. We have confirmation from the county administrator that yes, that did indeed happen. So this is again an obvious, easy vote for everyone in this chamber. The city of Minneapolis incurred costs for services rendered that they have chosen to not pay. We are helping them to meet those obligations today with this amendment, and I would encourage a yes vote, members.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have checked again with the city, and the city states to us that they have not received an invoice, so clearly there's a discrepancy here, but I do believe that the city would pay an invoice if they had received it. But the city does not ask, my city, Minneapolis, does not ask for reimbursement when they provide mutual aid to other jurisdictions, as they did in the Buffalo tragic incident shooting. When they provided mutual aid to that community, they did not ask Buffalo for reimbursement. And there were statements made that the individuals who were coming into Minneapolis were doing so to deal with citizens of Minneapolis. But we know, I've spoken to this on the floor, that's not true. They were dealing with citizens who were coming to our city to create havoc from 70 different cities and 16 other states. And guess what? There were arrests from individuals from Anoka. So they were coming to deal with individuals from their own jurisdiction who were coming into my city to riot, to cause havoc. There was individuals arrested from Andover, from Coon Rapids, from Fridley, from Blaine, from Ramsey, individuals in Anoka County who were coming into our city, seizing the opportunity to cause damage to our community, to cause damage to our businesses. And so it makes a lot of sense in a mutual aid situation like that when you have folks coming in from other counties and other jurisdictions to Minneapolis, that those folks would need help protecting our citizens from folks from other jurisdictions. So I would just ask members that we please reject the temptation to blame particular jurisdictions when these are clearly issues that go beyond one city, one community, and when we are trying to stand up for a principle of mutual aid. And I'd just also like to point out and echo Representative Joachim's statement, which is that we are, in this amendment, cutting local government aid for Minneapolis. What do you think most of the budget of Minneapolis goes towards? That's public safety. So this is a defund the police amendment for my community that you all are voting for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I do a clarification on what Representative Long stated. Yes, the Minneapolis Bomb Squad went to Buffalo. They are required to by state statute, and the state pays for that. Unfortunately, in the public safety bill, the deficiency in our bomb squads that was due was not fulfilled in that bill. We have a number of these bomb squads across the state. I believe there's 3 of them, and the state does reimburse them and gives them funding. And that was the Minneapolis unit that was up in Buffalo because they were some possibility of explosive devices set in that area. That's why they were there. Thank you.
The representative from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have the county. They're trying to find the invoice right now. They sent it to Lori Johnson, Deputy CEO of Minneapolis. So if there's a question, you know, if they can look through their files, if you know Deputy CEO Lori Johnson, that's who the invoice was sent to. And it was for the exact dollar amount that this amendment is for. And Representative Long, other communities have been reimbursed by Minneapolis. Anoka County has not. Why are we the outlier? So if Representative Long would yield to that question, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I answered that question in my statement. They have not received an invoice, or at least they're not aware of an invoice. They have paid the invoices that they've received, but taking money from local government aid, which is literally funding the Minneapolis Police Department and our public safety efforts, is the wrong way to do it. And for a party that says that they're for police, I can't believe that this is the amendment that we're dealing with today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that statement is really, I mean, I heard a few chuckles throughout the chamber on this side, but, you know, I would have to look and see in Anoka County and in some of my cities if the police department is paid for by LGA, because LGA is very unpredictable, and I would venture to say, without looking at any data, that Anoka County and most of the cities that I know of, or that I represent, don't use LGA for something as basic as public safety. They fund it through their general fund, with the equivalent of their general fund, because they know it's a cost that we have to pay for. So, members, this is just a common sense amendment. And, you know, I had a track coach in high school, and before we got off the bus every day to go to a track meet, he'd say, mind your manners and pay your bills. And this is mind your manners, pay your bills. Vote green, members.
The representative from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Mr. Speaker, and Representative Johnson did address the comments from Representative Long regarding Buffalo. I live about 1,000 feet from the Buffalo border. I don't represent Buffalo, but it is immediately adjacent to where I do live. And so I appreciate the fact that those dollars are paid for by the state when that happens, and it did happen. In this case, Mr. Speaker, Representative Johnson also gave us the information that state statute under Chapter 12, which is where this aid came from, the city of Minneapolis is required, they are obligated to reimburse, but they have not. And so the question becomes, Mr. Speaker, and for Minnesotans watching at home, here we are the Minnesota House of Representatives engaged, they might be asking themselves, why are we, the House of Representatives, having this conversation about one municipality or a municipality reimbursing another? Well, the thought came to me, it was a couple years ago in committee. How many remember former Representative John Lesh? I very much appreciated serving with him. And what I'm about to say is a story regarding some words that Representative Lesh gave in the committee a couple years ago. There was a testifier that came before the Civil Law Committee. And I can't remember what the testifier said, but it riled I think it was in regards to Freedom of Information Act. And they said, you as a legislature, you're not subjected to the Freedom of Information Act, something to that effect. And then, Mr. Speaker, Representative Lesh immediately educated the testifier and highlighted the following truth. The United States Constitution created the states, and we, under our Constitution, created these municipalities. So we're having this conversation because we are now in the middle of, as we just heard representatives from Minneapolis say, they haven't received the invoice, but then we're hearing over here, they have received the invoice. So it's like we, as the parent, are now having to resolve the squabble between an irresponsible child, in this case Minneapolis, not wanting to pay their bills. So that's why we're having this conversation. It is our responsibility. We, under statute, allowed Minneapolis to form, and it is their responsibility to pay their bills, and that's why we need to vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a reason that we're having this conversation today in this space. And it's not because we couldn't talk to each other like people who serve together and come to a solution to a legitimate issue. Because if that were the intent, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Representative Barr would have given me a call to say there's an outstanding invoice and we need to deal with it. And guess what? We wouldn't have Representative New Brindley texting the city manager of Anoka and me texting the IGR person from Minneapolis, because we would be doing our work in the way we're supposed to do our work. The reason that we're having this conversation today is because we're repeating what has happened over and over in this chamber in the last nearly 2 years, which is that unfortunately, the other side has made the decision to use the experiences of people in my community, the experiences of our city, the devastating work that we have ahead of us, to make a political point. And we saw it happen last year when, some people from the opposing side tried to use the business owners in Representative Hassan's district and my district to say, oh, the number one thing that they want us to do is make it easier to get guns, which is absolutely not what they ever said. This is weaponizing people's pain, weaponizing real work that we have ahead of us. If you have not read the Minnesota Department of Human Rights report on the patterns and practices of the Minneapolis Police Department, we all need to read that. I will tell you, we've had a sort of a series of after-action reports. We've had an internal one that DPS did. We've had an external one that Minneapolis Police Department did. We've now seen an external one that the state did. And I will tell you that seeing in black and white the fact that Minneapolis police engage in a pattern and practice of racially discriminatory behavior toward people of color, especially Black and Native people in my city, is something that reflects the lived experience of people in our city, in my city. And that should be of concern to all of us. That should be of concern to all of us. Minneapolis is the economic driver of our state. We contribute way more than we spend in tax revenue, I will tell you that. I was trying to get the number, right? But Minneapolis is the economic driver of our state. And I want to tell you something just personal, right? When I don't think I've said this before, but when I was in middle school, I think I was 11 or 12 years old, there's a native preference public housing project in Houghton's district, in Representative Hassan's district. It's sort of the heart of the urban native community in the state of Minnesota. And 2 Minneapolis police officers put 2 Native American men in their trunk and took them on a rough ride, they call it, right? And they got caught. They received no punishment. It was sustained that they did it. The city paid something out, paid money out to the victims of this act. But I'm 40 now, so 28 years later, people still talk about that in my community. Kids still talk about it who weren't even born when it happened. And an incident like that is corrosive. It's corrosive to the confidence that people can have in their police department, to people's ability to feel like they can make a phone call and share information with police. How could any Native kid in my community trust the Minneapolis Police Department when that is a part of our community's story? That's the only police department I've ever known in my life, pretty much, right? And so I think people will look at me and be like, why does this chick have such outrageous beliefs about the police? And go into that Human Rights Department report. And I will tell you, a lot of people in my community feel like I do. Like, how can we trust a police force that engages in a pattern and practice of racially discriminatory behavior, where there are prosecutors can't use their body cam footage because of the way that they verbally abuse the residents as a matter of course? Think about that. How is that good for public safety? How is it good for public safety or for confidence or belief in the police to have 2-3 generations of people walking around like me, like knowing that people I know in my high school, we had a school resource officer who beat my friend up with a walkie-talkie in his face. I mean, we all have 1,000 stories, and I know that that's not the experience of everybody over there, and that there's this big gap between us. But if you believe in the legitimacy of law enforcement, you should not want there to be one person like me walking around Minneapolis. Because if these are the stories that we have about the people who are entrusted to protect and serve the community, to protect and preserve public safety, if that's the story that I have, the story that kids coming up behind me have, then we can't actually find our way across that gap. We won't be able to bridge that gap. And so I didn't hear the whole conversation today, but it feels a little bit like a repeat of some of the things that we've seen. And I would just ask you, again, I've asked you before, please stop using the pain and legitimate grievance of my community. Read through that report and stop using our pain to prove your political point. If you want to solve this problem, pick up the phone and we'll solve it. Representative Barr, you know I'm a reasonable person. I'll talk to you anytime about anything. I would love to help you actually solve this problem. But to see us getting up and doing this, political mudslinging thing with my people in the middle of it, it's disgusting and it's hurtful. And I hope that you think about what it would be like if it was your community, if it was your neighbors, if it was your neighbors and your people and your family who were being so mistreated by police, having violence disproportionately used against them, having racial slurs used against them, with no accountability, no oversight, no consequences ever for that abusive behavior. And then your pain was thrown onto this House floor to prove a political point. I hope that you think about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Chicago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Gomez, thank you for bringing it back around. And I know probably most of the members of this chamber visited your community right after the riots and saw the destruction and saw the lines of people trying to get food because they didn't have a place to go for those things. And thank you for that. And there is not a member of this chamber that was not devastated by those events. But I want to be really, really clear about what we're doing today. We are not talking about any of the issues in the Minneapolis Police Department. We're not talking about some of the really horrific things that we saw and heard just this last week. In this space, we pass laws. That's what we do here. We pass legislation and appropriate money. That's what we do in this space. We pass legislation and we appropriate money. That's our job. That's our job here. And there's been a lot of misinformation on this floor today on this amendment. And part of the appropriation that we're talking about today is a heck of a lot of money for the city of Minneapolis. This is our job here. This is what we do in this space. And this appropriation in the bill today for the city of Minneapolis is problematic because the city of Minneapolis has not paid its obligations. We have the invoice right here. I believe we're getting that out to the body so that everyone can be very clear on what was sent to the city of Minneapolis on January 29th of 2021. Everyone can be very clear on that invoice. This was sent well over a year ago, and it hasn't been paid. It hasn't been paid, and now the taxpayers of Anoka County continue to be on the hook for that obligation. Today, we are discussing the tax bill. And this tax bill includes an additional appropriation for the city of Minneapolis. So all this amendment does, it does not address any of the issues that the Democrats are bringing up on the floor here. What it does is pay a bill. It pays a bill that the city of Minneapolis owes to the county of Anoka. That's what this does. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage a yes vote on this for anyone who believes in fiscal responsibility and meeting our obligations.
The representative from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative New. I was just going to alert people that you should have in your inbox a copy of that invoice. And again, it's been well over a year since that invoice was sent. And again, mind your manners, pay your bills, and put yourself, if you're not in Anoka County, put yourself in Anoka County's place. Nearly $500,000 is owed to our county. And that directly came out of, it's 5,073 hours. It's all itemized there on the invoice. I encourage you to look at it. But our sheriff and our deputies went down to Minneapolis when they were called to do so. And they served the people down there. Other communities, again, have been reimbursed. Anoka County has not. I don't understand why. But the invoice was sent, and I encourage members to do the right thing, have Minneapolis pay their bills, because they've had over almost a year and a half to do so on this one, and they haven't paid it. So let's encourage them to do that by voting green. Thank you.
The representative from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if only we had a specialized account for something like this. House File 2977 was a bill that I introduced that would set up a public safety reimbursement for extraordinary or unplanned incidents. We debated the public safety bill on Friday, and that provision wasn't in the bill, and that provision never even got a hearing. That's exactly what that account is for, what we're debating right here. So I would just urge members, maybe next year we take a look at something similar to that. One of the things that I heard in my district after the riots and civil disorder was people in my district said, well, I don't want to be bailing out Minneapolis. Well, you know what? If our law enforcement goes to Minneapolis or St. Paul or wherever it might be, I want to make sure that they get paid for it. So next year, let's take a look at the public safety reimbursement for extraordinary or unplanned incidents and maybe set up an account to deal with this stuff. Thank you.
The representative from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just had the staff do a little pulling of numbers here. You know, maybe $400,000 sounds like a lot of money for the city of Minneapolis to pay. They received $271 million of discretionary money in the American Rescue Plan. So they certainly have the money to pay this bill, and it's only right that they actually do that. So I would encourage members to support this amendment. I certainly think that the city of Minneapolis can pay a bill for $400,000 since they received $271 million that was not budgeted for. So they had a $271 million surplus in their budget, and they can't pay a $400,000 bill. I think they can do better, and let's help them. Thank you.
The representative from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott just reached out to the county administrator and found out that they had to write it off effectively as bad debt. So as a former mayor, and for those of you that have served in municipal government or county government before, when you're not paid for something or you actually have an unfunded mandate, which seems to happen a lot here, that gets pushed down, you effectively have to levy that back to the taxpayers of, in this case, the county. So they came, they delivered mutual aid when you were in need. They have submitted an invoice because it's in your inbox and you can see it, and it has not been paid. So what does the county do when they have to do that? They either write it off as bad debt, shame on you, or they will eventually have to put it back onto the shoulders of the taxpayer of the county, because that's the only way they have to collect that debt. So their deputies went out, those deputies got paid by the county. You have not paid, Minneapolis has not paid the bill. That's going to go back on the general levy, which is the tax roll. So now the debt that hasn't been paid is going to be paid for by the people of Anoka County for helping you out. And I am a big believer in mutual aid. It is fundamental to how good government works. But the expectation is that when that happens, there's going to be a bill due. Pay the bill so that the people in the county don't have to get stuck with the bill themselves, because that's just unfair. You know, Representative Scott had it exactly right. Your track coach was spot on. Pay your bills.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly was not expecting this amendment to take up most of the debate on the tax bill. Pretty sure Representative Marquardt was not expecting that either. And we are not the accounts payable department for the city of Minneapolis, and we are not the accounts receivable department for Anoka County. If there is an outstanding invoice that has not been paid, I am quite certain those two entities can figure that out amongst themselves and don't need the august Minnesota House of Representatives to sort out those invoices for them. And certainly not by this amendment. The concern that I have is that we are a state that has a great tradition of helping each other out. The mutual aid agreements that we have talked about today are usually, in fact, not subject to any kind of reimbursement because there's an assumption that everybody is going to need help sometime. We continue to deal with issues in communities across the state where people need help, and we bring it. We have birds, floods, tornadoes, fires across the state. In this very bill, we have additional aid for communities who have undergone fires. Mazeppa is one of those communities, Medalia, Melrose, Alexandria. None of those communities are represented by DFLers. Those communities are in need, and we as a state have a great tradition of delivering support for people in need. The concern with this amendment and this debate is that we are tearing apart the fabric of what has allowed Minnesota to be a great state no matter where you live. And if we cannot continue a tradition of sharing resources across communities, if we have to resort to attacks on unrelated topics like defund the police, which is continually raised by Republicans and never mouthed in this chamber by Democrats, then we are going to undermine slowly and over time the very foundation of what allows communities to be successful across this state. It's not something that's in anybody's interest, and I would particularly say it's not in your interest, Republicans. Based on the sorting of geography that is happening with our political parties, Democrats increasingly represent metropolitan, suburban, and regional centers in greater Minnesota. A lot of the economic activity in the state is generated in those places, and a lot of the support that communities count on when they have lower property tax wealth to support their schools, to support their fire station reconstruction, to support any number of local community activities depends on a system where everybody feels like we're in it together. I've been extremely disappointed at the response that we've seen from Republicans in the Senate in the last 2 years to support reconstruction of small businesses in our communities that were hard hit through activities that had nothing to do with those individuals, nothing to do with those small businesses. And we are going to be continuing down this path unless we stop. It is a choice in this chamber to try to make a partisan political point for an electoral advantage that is almost certainly never going to appear because of a debate on the floor. We should focus on continuing the tradition of looking out for each other. It is more in your interest, Republicans, than it is in ours. And yet we are committed to that principle and will stay committed to that principle. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that was quite the lively debate. Not exactly what I expected when I got up this morning, but in closing comments after that debate, I have a few comments of my own. Would Representative Jordan yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Jordan, who did you speak to, and what is the email address so we can make sure the invoice gets over to whoever you spoke to there at Minneapolis?
Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't email anyone. I just texted some city staff.
Representative Barr.
Mr. Speaker, will she yield for clarification? Another question, please.
She will yield. Representative Barr.
The text message name of city staff so we can make sure the invoice gets to the right place, please. Representative Jordan.
Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke to Fatima Moore from the IGR office. I'm sure her email is on the city website at some point. I would also note that you can come find me at any time and say, hey, Sydney, we're having this issue with the city of Minneapolis. Do you think we could help out? So in the future, if people are worried about debts that your city might have, you can always come to me, and I'm happy to help facilitate that.
Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Jordan. Would Representative Long yield for a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Barr.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Long, was that the same name, or did you text with or email with somebody else?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Barr, I think that the Anoka County and Minneapolis can work this out on their own. Thank you.
Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the non-answer, Mr. Long. And so the next one would be Representative Joachim. I did send an email for a hearing, and we did not get one. And I will get to the that piece that I will get to your sign language in just a second here. So the other piece of this, Representative Gomez, you and I talked yesterday on the floor. You came over and talked to me. So what are you trying to take money from my city? And they just need to pay the bill. So all of these pieces here, your speech just now, while very stirring and very heartfelt, and I appreciate that, you have a problem with your police department. The police department of Minneapolis, the people of the city of Minneapolis have lost trust in their police department. That doesn't mean the city shouldn't pay the bills. That means they have a problem with their police department, which I'm pretty sure the county attorney would be more than happy to start prosecuting bad apples in the police department, say next January, February. I think that's a real possibility. Every agency, it doesn't matter whether it's the Department of Transportation, the police department, the House of Representatives, it doesn't matter. Once you get more than, well, I shouldn't say even one, you could have an agency of one and have a bad apple in there. When you have bad apples, it's the responsibility of the people and the oversight agencies to remove those bad apples so that the people of Minneapolis, in this case, the people of Minneapolis can have trust. Now, in their police force again, which is something that I am not discounting anything you have said. I don't disbelieve anything you've said. I know there are bad apples everywhere. The problem is not removing them so that the people understand that, yeah, we had a few bad apples, but not out of the 1,200 police that you're supposed to have or the 800 you currently have. If you've got 50 bad ones or 40 bad ones, they're not all bad cops. So this conversation about whether we're defunding the police or not defunding the police or pro-cop, not pro-cop, is actually irrelevant to the conversation today or the amendment. This is about services rendered, pay the bill. Now, the other comment that I want to make, it's like when people say, come to me, talk to me. We used to do that in this chamber 2 years ago, and then we had this thing called COVID come along, and we all went to Zoom. You can't walk down the hall and knock on the door and say, hey, you got something going on? Our phone numbers aren't public. You can't always find the phone number of the person you want to talk to. So what we used to do was walk down across the aisle, go across around the floor, go to the retiring room, down somebody's hall, down to their office, give a knock. Hey, you're in committee. You could go pop your head into committee, say you got 2 minutes. What about this? What about this? What about this? This conversation we're having today is a direct reflection on how we have legislated the last 2 years through COVID and via Zoom. We can't talk to each other the way we used to, and I am glad to see today it looks like we're probably about 90 to 95% of the members in the chamber. And yes, the last 2 weeks, I've had more conversations in the last 2 weeks with members on both sides of the aisle than I have had in the last 2 years. That speaks how poorly we have legislated and what a bad substitute Zoom legislation is for this body and for the people of this state. So yes, while this amendment is rather simple, pay your bill, it is a reflection of what we have had to try and endure, not only as legislators, but as individuals and just people of this state, whether you've lost your job, had your work cut out from under you, or a mask mandate or a vaccine mandate, or we as a legislator can't go and talk to each other. It is reflected, all of this whole COVID thing has reflected on everything we do in a state, and this amendment is just one small piece of all of that that we have all had to endure. And hopefully, when the bill gets paid, and now we get after the next election, since we're in the last 2 weeks of this section, we can actually get back to business as usual, where we can go down the hall and talk to each other, and we can trade each other's phone numbers, and we can actually start working together as a body again, as opposed to trying to conduct business via text message, Zoom, and the media. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I request I ask for a green vote on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members that have not voted yet?
Bernardi.
Bernardi, no.
Bernardi, no. Damath.
Damath votes aye.
Damath, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Her.
Her votes no.
Her, no. Moran.
No.
Moran, no. Munson. 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 Schumacher. Schumacher. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Munson.
The clerk will close the roll.
Yeah, sorry.
There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 3669, as amended.
Third reading. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield?
He will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the chair, on page 54 of the bill, lines 54.26 through 54.28, and then again later in the bill, you've got provisions to effectively give money back to Minnesota citizens. And my question, and I'll give you a second to get there.
Representative Mark. Oh, go
So
ahead.
the question, Mr. Chair, is the provision that you put into the bill to pay people, or to, I guess, I don't think you're calling it a Walls check, I certainly hope not, but perhaps a Marquardt check or a House of Representatives check. My question is this, Mr. Chair. So people who have paid into the taxes and are receiving a refund, but it's pretty clear in your bill that there are also people who have not paid taxes that are going to be getting a refund. Can you confirm that for us?
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So Representative Nash, the rebate will go out to anyone that has dependents under 17, so up to $325. So if you're asking about income tax, that might be correct. But people pay property taxes, they pay sales taxes, they have withholdings on Social Security and Medicare and so forth. So I think that should answer your question.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Chair Marquardt, in line 54.27, It picks up, it says, though which a taxpayer who does not have an individual income tax filing requirement may file a return for the taxable years in which the credit is available. So folks who haven't paid into the taxes, and you just confirmed it for us, are going to be getting a refund. And members, I talked to people in my district, and they said they're very glad to have money going back. They would prefer that it is just programmatically. They don't want to check because the administration of that, excuse me, is costly. But they always stress that they feel strongly, I feel strongly, I would imagine people over here feel strongly that people who didn't pay taxes in should not be getting taxes or a refund. And certainly you said that they pay sales tax. We all get that. We understand that. That's a choice that they make to buy something. This refund that you're issuing should go only to people who actually have paid into taxes. I understand the largesse of this bill, and I understand that this is an attempt to sprinkle a little love out to everybody, but the bill's pretty clear that it's going to people who have not paid in. And I think that that's preposterous. I think that members over here should be considering that, because our folks who worked hard to put money into the system, they get that part, but you're giving money in your bill to people who didn't. So they didn't have a tax liability, they didn't pay, and yet they're getting, I don't remember the amount, and maybe you can clarify that for us, but that's not fair, Chair Marquardt. And I know you to be a fair person. You and I have a good relationship, we've worked well together, but this is crazy. This is crazy that people who did not pay in are now getting money back. So if the chair could once again clarify that, and I am asking him to yield, but can you, unless I'm wrong, and then we don't have to go further, but I read the bill in two places, lines 54.26 through 54.28, and then again on line 204.22 to 204.28. Both instances very clear that folks who didn't pay in are going to get a refund.
Chair Marquardt.
So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Representative Nash. So there are a lot of people who may not have an income tax liability. There are businesses, for example, that they see a loss, don't have an income tax liability. Senior citizens may not have an income tax liability. So, right, you don't have to have an income tax liability to be able to qualify for this.
Representative Nash. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, I actually didn't request to speak, but since I'm called on, I will say just a few words.
You're on the list. Go for it.
Oh, glory be to God. And may the 4th be with you. Well, do you blame me? Yes. Representative Marquardt, it has been an honor and a privilege to be on your committee for the past 6 years. I think it's fair to say that every member in here would agree you're a gentleman and fair, especially to the minority, and you will be missed indeed. So thank you for your leadership. And some of your bill, I don't think it went far enough to help Minnesotans. We have it was about a $9.3 billion surplus. Now it's down to 7.5 approximately with the spending that the DFL is doing. And folks, you spend a lot of money, and some of it is good, of course, some of your provisions, you just can't help yourself to spend and spend and spend. This is a non-budget year. I've been very consistent in the 12 years that in a non-budget year, we stick to that principle. We don't spend, especially if we have a surplus or even a deficit. But spend is what you do. Spend, 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 and tax, tax, tax. You just can't help yourself. And again, some of your provisions are good, some are not good. Some don't help the businesses and the families in Minnesota, simply. What I have heard, and I'm sure you have heard it in your districts too, with a surplus like we had, it was up to us to give meaningful and permanent tax cuts. We have just witnessed 2 years of unspeakable things of our country. And Minnesota families and businesses, Main Street across our state, small businesses included, are continuing to struggle. They can't find workers. They're recovering from a pandemic of 2 years, 40-year high inflation rate, high taxes of gases. It's just unsustainable. And we really had an opportunity, and I think you missed it, Representative Marquardt, to give a permanent and meaningful tax cut to Minnesotans. Minnesota is one of the highest tax states in the nation. Even our lowest bracket at 5.35 is the highest in the nation. We shouldn't be proud of that. Many of our surrounding states have been reducing the tax burdens on their families and businesses. A couple of examples. Nebraska, in 2021, 10 states have reduced individual income taxes, including Arizona, Idaho, Iowa, Louisiana, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, New Hampshire, Ohio, Oklahoma, and Wisconsin had tax reductions. Most of them all reduced their taxes. Other states like North Carolina are also talking about tax reductions. And Nebraska phases in a reduction in the highest individual income tax from 6.84 to 5.84. They're going from 6.84 to 5.84. Instead of offering a tax discount here, I got a talking point, I just want to mention this. Regarding I've lost my notes here. Hang on. Yes, here's what I wanted to mention. In your bill, Representative Marquardt, you have a tax relief for illegal immigrants. Now, they may be fine and dandy, but they're not paying any tax liability, and yet you give them a tax reduction and a tax break instead of reducing the tax burden on Minnesotans. Our corporate tax rate is one of the highest in the nation. I think we're right below California. I had bills, this was actually the first year in the 6 years, thank you, Kelly, that I haven't had a bill heard in the tax committee, but I don't hold you harm on that, Representative Marquardt. I still like you and you're a good man. And I'll come to your retirement party if I'm invited. But I had, in a $9.3 billion surplus, many of us, including myself, had a tax reduction on all income tax brackets. So we missed an opportunity to lower the tax burden on Minnesotans and make Minnesota competitive with our surrounding states. The state of Iowa is considering at this moment to reduce and get rid of their income tax and go to a flat tax. So you got Wisconsin, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Iowa, all lower. We're not even competitive. Here we had a $9.3 billion surplus, had an opportunity to be competitive for our families and businesses, and we missed the mark. Yet again. But we'll fix that next year. I know that is Representative Garofalo, he's not on the floor, so I can't ask him to yield for a question.
He's on the list, though.
He's on the list? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I won't belabor this. I know he has to get going here, but since you called on my name, again, Mr. Chair, thank you for the Social Security tax. Again, you missed a little bit of a mark on that. It should be a reduction of Social Security income tax on everyone. It's an unfair tax. It's a double tax. They paid it all their life. Think of this, members. All of us have paid in income tax, and when finally we get to draw on it, we have to pay taxes again. That's simply unfair, no matter if you make $75,000 or $250,000. If it's not fair for those who make $75,000 or less, it shouldn't be fair for those who make above that. That should be a reduction of all Social Security income tax. And I would safe to say that many of you agree with that. So we missed the opportunity on Social Security tax and an opportunity to lower the tax burden on Minnesotans. It's high. We're not competitive. People do move. I know in my small little district, Wright County and in Delano, over a handful of folks have moved in the last couple of years to states that have an income tax-free state, to keep money in their pockets, to have an opportunity to pass it on to their children, because they don't have in other states don't have a death tax and a state tax. So next year, Representative Marquardt, we're going to have an opportunity to really reduce the tax burden and keep Minnesota sustainable and affordable and competitive with our surrounding states. Mr. Chair.
The representative from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad to see some of the money for housing in this bill, but I think that we're missing out. If you look at LGA, a large part of that LGA is for old housing. And we've been spending or sending hundreds of millions of dollars extra for old housing, and I haven't seen many cities do much with it. I'm assuming that's why there's such a discrepancy in LGA. Rochester is the third largest city, but there are, I believe, 15 or 16 cities that have greater LGA. In fact, Rochester's per capita is $45. Minneapolis is $190. St. Paul is $244, and Duluth, which is considerably smaller, $375 per capita in LGA. And I've been told in the past, over the years, it was because of the old housing in Duluth. Duluth receives tens of millions of dollars more in LGA annually. And why have they not done anything to help with that old housing for decade after decade after decade? When we do this, it's valid to say you've got old housing, you've got costs, expenses. You need to not become like what happened to Detroit, where whole neighborhoods are deserted. But over the years, there's been an effort to say, you get this extra money because of the old housing, actually spend that money for low or no interest loans to fix up that housing, fix and improve the streets, fix and improve the parks. So instead of being a negative that the state sees as being a huge need to throw money to you, it's a positive. So affordable housing grows. So young families have a place to live and raise their children. So this bill spends a lot of money. And a lot of it's on the same old things that haven't gotten better because we haven't been appropriately targeting and then making sure that the money we spend on stuff actually gets used on it. I mean, we're not talking peanuts. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, probably billions of dollars by now. So if you're going to have a formula that's aimed at the funding to solve problems, have something in there that says you actually have to spend that money to solve those problems. Because we have other money we're throwing towards affordable housing and rent and et cetera. But until we say this money is meant for that and you're going to spend it on it and you're going to make progress and show that you're doing what your people need, we're going to continue to raise taxes and throw money at things that haven't shown results. Our citizens deserve to see results and not say, oh, we're spending all this money to fix a problem. That record plays over and over again. It's past time that we do better, and I'm sorry this bill comes up short.
The representative from Koochiching, Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Marquardt and the Tax Committee for a terrific tax bill that will help the low and middle-income families in the state of Minnesota especially. I want to just address one portion of the tax bill, and it's the PILT major reform to the state's payment in lieu of taxes, or the PILT provisions. It drastically reduces a serious inequity within our state's PILT program. 95% of the Minnesota's counties that have 8 million acres of public lands are located in northern Minnesota, yet today less than 10% of new PILT dollars are sent to the counties where 95% of the acres exist. That's wrong. Furthermore, PILT's geographic payment disparity exists in direct contradiction to the PILT's statutory purpose: to address the disproportionate impact of state land ownership on counties with a large proportion of state land and to compensate them for lost tax base. Fortunately, this bill restores sufficient PILT funding for northern Minnesota counties and lives up to the legislative purpose of PILT. It raises the per acre payment for 2 of the 3 major PILT categories by $1 an acre. It does so not by rating other PILT dollars, but instead using the state's surplus dollars. It creates a new category of PILT for counties with high concentration of PILT land. It indexes PILT to inflation. And finally, it requires a study of the adequacy of current PILT payments on state-owned lakeshore properties. Restoring equity, fairness, and balance to Minnesota's PILT program, long overdue, but it's finally here in House File 3669. Thank you, Chair Marquardt, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Must be lunchtime. It's kind of sparse in here right now. I want to talk about a bill that's not in, a provision that's not in this bill, House File 26, which would be a total elimination of state income tax on all Social Security benefits. This is something I know we all hear from our constituents, from residents in our district. I actually hear from people all over the state on this. This is one of the most popular opinions in the entire state of Minnesota. People, it's popular not just for the seniors who it would directly benefit, but from all Minnesotans that always are asking me, when are we going to get rid of state income taxes on Social Security benefits? And I know that the income thresholds are being raised in this bill. I understand that. But it's unfortunate we didn't go all the way. It's the right thing to do. There's only 12 states, including Minnesota, that still tax Social Security benefits. The other 38 states have figured out a way to balance their budgets without it. What this would mean to Minnesotans is, on average, $1,300 would stay in the pockets of over 400,000 Minnesotans. I wonder what that would do to the economy. I wonder what they might do with that income if they had the opportunity to spend, on average, about $100 a month. I'm wondering, he's in conversation now, I wonder if Representative Hertaus would yield for a question. Representative Hertaus?
He will yield.
Representative Hertaus, I remember a conversation on the House floor a while back where you talked about the velocity of a dollar or the velocity of money. What do you think it might do to the economy if 1,300 or 410,000 Minnesotans would have an extra $1,300 a year to spend however they choose?
Representative Hertaus.
Well, thank you, Representative Jurgens. And velocity of money is kind of an abstract idea because it's largely dependent on how often that money changes hands. It's not just the $1,300 that you had mentioned, but we have a relatively low savings rate in this nation, considered to be 4% or less. And so the idea is that most people, if they have a dollar, if I spend it with you, you'll spend it with Representative Bowe, and Bowe will spend it with Representative Marquardt, and that the money changes hands several times. Well, each time money changes hands, not in all cases, especially in Minnesota, there is a high incidence of sales tax rate collection. If somebody received a dollar, that means their income went up a dollar, so whatever their marginal tax rate would be an additional percentage. But if that money changed hands several times, it's very easy to see that given a marginal rate of 7% on sales tax and a mid rate in our income tax structure of 7%, each dollar could produce 14% of revenue. And it wouldn't take too often to have more than 100%. So the idea of velocity of money and keeping money in the private sector actually could grow state revenues rather than state collecting the money and then passing it out one time a year. Thank you.
Representative Jurgens.
Representative Hurtaugh. So there you have it. I mean, there's a pretty good reason right there. It's not a cost to the state of Minnesota. The state of Minnesota would not be losing this revenue. We might actually gain surplus dollars. So hopefully by the time the tax bill comes back from conference committee, I know that in the Senate bill, they do have, I believe, a full elimination of state income tax on Social Security benefits. I'm hopeful that when it comes back, we do the right thing for Minnesotans, right thing for Minnesota seniors, and do a full elimination of that tax, because that's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Marquardt. It has been an absolute privilege and delight to get to know you and serve on your committee, and you will certainly be missed by all of us on both sides of the aisle, and we wish you all the best in your retirement. I do, before I go into my remarks, I do have a question for you, if you wouldn't mind yielding.
He will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chair Marquardt. So going back to sort of the line of questioning Representative Nash was on, there on page 54 with this new credit or rebate for families. On the refundable part of it, there really is no parameters. And I don't recall hearing this in committee. Maybe I'm mistaken. Is this brand new language to the bill?
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Robbins, no, there's no changes to the language as it left the tax committee.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, was this brought forward to committee as a bill?
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Representative Robbins. Now I know what the question is. This was in the governor's bill where he has the rebate. So it's not exactly, of course, word for word, but the rebate was in the governor's bill, which we heard in tax committee.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so in lines 54.26 down to 54.31, it basically says the commissioner can establish the process for the refundable credits when someone doesn't actually file income tax payments. And I'd like to get on the record just any parameters you have for that. Does it apply to Minnesota residents? Can people outside the state apply for it? Does it apply to only citizens, or do ITINs taxpayers qualify for it? How will you verify income eligibility? There's just no parameters in this, and I'm looking to see, that we establish on the record some sort of structure for who is going to be eligible for this.
Okay, Representative Robbins, are you asking Representative Marquardt to yield?
I'm sorry, yes. If Representative Marquardt could address the structure of how these refundable credits will work. Thank you.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Representative Robbins. So first of all, the refundable credit means that let's say you're going to get a credit of $650 per family, but your tax liability is $400. Of course, you will get the refund. It just isn't just with tax liability. And what the commissioner has the power to do here is if a person does not file for one reason or another, there may be several reasons why you would not, we want to make sure we get those refunds out to those families. And so the commissioner has the power to do that, to make sure there's some sort of a form or some way to get those refunds out to folks.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Marquardt. So I think I'll just give you a couple more specific questions if you're available. Okay, thank you. So I actually did work on a refundable tax credit program back in the 90s, and we spelled out very carefully who was eligible, and that is not spelled out in this bill. So if you could address the question, if a taxpayer has no tax liability and they are eligible for this, are they residents, and are there any other qualifications that would make them eligible for this? Or what would disqualify someone?
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Representative Robbins. So this sets up a way in which somebody can file. So if they haven't already filed, they can. Now, if you're asking and referring to those with I-10s, they would be able to do that, yes. So someone with an individual tax information number would be able to file, is my understanding, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just one more point of clarification, Chair Marquardt. Does someone, as long as anyone has an eligible child in the state, they would qualify for this?
Representative Marquardt.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Robbins. So, I mean, I don't know what all the situations could be, but you're right. I mean, if you don't have a tax liability, you could qualify if you file a form. And my understanding is, yes, if you have someone under the age of 17, you would qualify for $325 refundable rebate for each one of those children.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Marquardt. I won't belabor it, but I hope that as this bill goes to conference, that we tighten up this section of the bill. I think it's very important to spell out exactly who is eligible and what the criteria are, and particularly that we make sure that people who are Minnesota residents are the ones who will be availing themselves of this credit. With that being said, members, I do want to just turn to some broader comments on the bill. Even though I have the utmost respect for Chair Marquardt and his leadership, I do rise in opposition to this bill. And I want to focus my remarks on Minnesota's competitiveness. As some of our colleagues have already stated, Minnesota is not competitive in our taxes. We rank 45th out of 50th for state business tax climate. We have the 5th highest income tax in the country. We have the 4th highest corporate tax in the country. Members, our lowest tax rate of 5.3% is higher than 20 other states' highest tax rate. When you look at this, members, the state demographer, as we've all sat through, talks about how our population growth and the people entering the workforce is going to be flat to negative for the next 15 years. If we are going to be able to compete with other states and grow our economy, we have to get out of the top 5 and top 10 of tax brackets in the nation. And I just want to focus on a couple things. I'm very happy, by the way, to see the increase in the subtraction for Social Security. As has been already stated, I wish we had totally eliminated it, but I do think that's important. But all these tax expenditures and rebates and one-time use of tax money is not going to do anything to help us compete. And what we really need to do for the long-term economic growth of our state is attract more workers to our state. And I just have a couple points on this. Since COVID, as we all know, the world has drastically changed. We are struggling to compete for labor in a way we never have before. Geography is no longer the constraint it has been. People can work from home and work remotely, and they are choosing to move and work from lower tax states or maybe warmer states. We can't do anything about the weather, but we can make our tax rates more competitive. So I just have a couple points on this. The data is showing that higher tax states are losing more population from state to state migration, and Minnesota has been on the losing end of this for 20 years. In the states with the top tax rate, they have attracted 1/3 of the states, the states with the highest inbound migration have the lowest tax rates, while those states that are losing population are in the bottom third, where their average tax rate is 7.3%. Members, our average tax rate is 7.4%, and we are ranked number 10 for how much population we are losing as of last year. We have to get out of the top 10 for losing population, and part of that will be through making our tax code more competitive. We also really have to address these one-time tax expenditures. I appreciate that people are compassionate and want to help people, but what will help people most is driving investment and job creation in our state so that we can attract the best employers and have competitive wages and make the most innovation in our economy to drive future growth for our future workforce. And when we are in the top 5 of all these different tax brackets, we are losing. And members, one-time rebates and tax expenditures is not going to help that. It's a Band-Aid. If we are going to make ourselves competitive in the long run, we must address this by long-term permanent tax relief. This bill provides $1 in tax cuts for every $21 in new spending. That is not a formula for long-term success, members, and I hope we can make more permanent tax reductions as this bill moves through the process.
The member from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to share with you a story that I learned in the military. And in the military, we do a lot of acronyms. And this one is the 7 Ps. Proper prior planning prevents pretty poor performance. Now, in the military, we used a different word for one of those words, but I can't say that in our astute body here. What it means in the military is you take a look at all of the information that you have available to you, and you plan. And that's what our job creators are doing when they listen to us here on the floor and they take a look at the tax bill. We try to plan for the future. What is this going to mean to us? And it has a lot of downstream implications, because as I take a look at the tax burden that we're going to have on our businesses, we have to take a look at how much of an increase we're going to be able to give to our workers. And that's really what we're interested in, is making sure that we hire and retain high-quality workers. And taxes has a very big implication that we look at as we're making our planning and properly planning for the future. I'd like to add another P to this discussion today, and that is prestidigitation. That is the art of magic, or also called the prestige. And what that is at some point, you wave something one way and you do something somewhere else. And that's a lot of what's happening here. So one of the questions that we've got to ask is, where's the relief? While it does provide several credits, it includes very little permanent tax relief. And that harms our ability to do that planning into the future. If I have to wait for the legislature and I have to wait for what's going to happen to us, then planning becomes more and more difficult. And what I hear from business owners across the state of Minnesota is, give us something that we can understand. Give us something that we can plan for. We keep getting into these bills that are, they're massive. They're amazing. I heard something today that I didn't fully appreciate until Representative Nash brought it up. And I want to read this because it frankly gives me a little bit of a pause. Yet another P. The Commissioner of Revenue must establish a simplified filing process through which a taxpayer who does not have an individual income tax filing requirement may file a return for the taxable years in which the credit is available. Wow. That's kind of hard for me to process. So what I was looking for are things that we can plan for, like eliminating more of the property taxes. In my county of Anoka, one of the things that I've heard over and over again is we need permanent elimination of the Social Security taxes. The population of Blaine is growing. It is getting larger. I don't know exactly what number we are right now, but we're in the top number of cities as far as growth is concerned. And that means we're also very concerned about our aging population. And that is something that we hear over and over again. And Chair Marquardt, you know, there's a lot of good. And as you opened up with today, a few hours ago, we are trying to be Minnesota nice. And it would be nice if our business owners and our job creators were able to plan for the future. And that's what we're looking for, is a solid base of understanding of what the government is going to do to us. It is very difficult, I'll tell you, as a business owner, signing the checks, and I sign the checks on the front and on the back. When I sign those checks, I don't just pay my taxes, I have to pay a portion of the taxes for each of the employees that we have. And as these disruptions in our planning process continue, it gives us pause. And it gives us an uncertainty. And what my constituents are begging for is consistency and the ability to plan for the future. There's lack of understanding on our tax codes. Back a few years ago, President Ronald Reagan formed something called the Rose Commission. And in the Rose Commission, they took a look at the income taxes across the United States of America. And I believe that there were 80 different CPA firms that prepared an income tax return on a standard set of information. It was the same information that was sent out to 80 different firms, CPA firms, in order to figure out the taxable amount for this one fictional family. And there were 80 different results from the records that I studied. What that means is even the CPAs were not able to understand what was being required of them, what taxes were being paid. And that gives us pause. We're not able to plan for the future when that happens. And so what I would look for and what I would ask of us as a body is we need to take a look at all of the taxes. We need to take a look at how we're putting this together and how we are not only collecting those taxes, but the messages that we're telling our people of Minnesota. We need to reduce our taxes. We need to become competitive. It was just mentioned a few moments ago that we are no longer locked into the geographic area of Minnesota. We can have workers pretty much all over the United States. And in fact, we're encouraging that through the utilization of different technologies. I just read this morning that the President Biden, is going to be looking at some additional computing bills, or he's going to be putting out a memorandum, I believe, for quantum computing. It's coming. And what quantum computing is going to do to us, or do for us, I should say, is take us into the next level of technology. And that means throughout the entire United States, we're going to be competing on a global scale. We need to become a home of innovation. We are the home of the first corporation that hired me here in Minnesota, and that was Control Data. When I worked for Control Data, it was me and 80,000 of my closest friends. And what we looked at was the innovation that we were able to bring to the state of Minnesota. We formed some of the basis for how we're doing computing throughout the entire world. The division that I worked for, and I was in the next room, I wasn't in the room when it happened, but I was in the room next to it when the very first text message was sent from Minnesota to California. We were working with AT&T and Bell Labs. I was there in the same division that owned the patent on something called hyperlinking. You know it as being able to click on a link on the internet. That's how new a lot of this technology is. And so I understand that we're dealing with legacy taxes. I understand that we're still going back to what we used to do. We need to reimagine our future, and we need to take our tax and the way that we are putting this out to our people, and we need to encourage investment. And we want to make sure that people look at Minnesota as a friendly business state, not one that's going to continue to tax us into uncompetitive levels. And finally, the other thing I'd like to mention is a property tax shell game that's going on. We need to reduce our property taxes, but I know that that's a difficult area because like some of the cities that I represent, we're pretty much landlocked. You know, we don't have a lot of industry in our areas because, for example, Circle Pines, we're a residential area. And as property taxes increase, there's no way that we can relieve with increasing our industrial base. So we need to take a look at this as a holistic, from a holistic standpoint. And so I'm not going to be able to vote for this bill today based off of what I've read and truly taking a pause and looking at how this is constructed. And so thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to have this discussion today. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I want to thank Chair Mark Wart for the opportunity to serve on his Taxes Committee these last 2 years. I must admit that I found myself getting a little nostalgic listening to Representative Mark Wart deliver his opening speech to his last tax bill. And I think like a lot of members, once Representative Mark Wart speaks, you start to inch up in your chair, your back straightens up a little bit, and you turn and you listen. And I am just incredibly grateful, as I think is this body and this state, for your leadership, not just these past 2 years, but for decades, and so thank you. And I'm incredibly grateful to vote on this bill and want to offer a few comments specifically on the housing provisions and then generally to the bill. Members, you know, our tax code really is a reflection of our values, of the problems that we see and want to solve. It's, to quote Chair Mariani, it's a muscular tool. And I am really appreciative that we're starting to use this tool more wisely to focus on the housing challenges facing us across the state. In particular, this bill includes a new housing aid that will put resources directly into our communities all across the state to address the affordable housing challenges that they know in their districts. And when we had this bill in committee, we had folks all across the state, from Cook County to Thief River Falls, that testified about the challenges they're having building the kinds of housing that they need, that their community needs. And this resource will give our local leaders the tool to address the challenges they need. As was mentioned by the chair, it also includes emergency rental assistance. We know that renters are still struggling mightily amidst this pandemic, and this will provide resources that will flow to our local governments to address those needs. And we're also going to use our tax bill to build more affordable homes for home ownership, a priority that I think we share across the aisle. And so in the area of housing, this bill will absolutely reduce the cost of housing and build more affordable housing in Minnesota. To the bill in its entirety, I really think this debate centers again on the question of, you know, who is doing well and who isn't doing so well in our economy right now. And that is the question that we should concern ourselves with as we seek to utilize this $9 billion surplus, as we seek to pass a tax bill. And members, the big corporate interests in this country, in this state, they're doing quite well. Last year was the most profitable year for corporations in the last 50 years in our country, generating $2 trillion. In Minnesota, according to our last forecast, corporate profits were up more than 20%. And we want our businesses to succeed. That's an ingredient to our economic success. But we can't have a blind allegiance to those interests without let us shield us from the fact that while corporate profits are surging, Minnesotans are feeling squeezed with the high costs of gas, of food, of housing. And it's those Minnesotans that we should be prioritizing in this bill. And that's the reason why we should be incredibly wary of any plans that give blanket tax cuts to those at the very top. A few months ago, I read a story in the Star Tribune. A CEO of a Minnesota company
is going to earn a 65% pay raise this year. 65%. And more power to you, but that CEO doesn't need a tax cut. The other body has a plan that would give a tax cut to that CEO and $1 billion in tax cuts to those at the very top. We are taking a different approach, one that is targeted, one that will deliver relief to the Minnesotans that are feeling squeezed. If you're a senior living on a fixed income that has seen their property taxes shoot up by double digits, you get a tax cut in this bill. If you're a student who's working 2 jobs but still drowning under a mountain of student debt, you'll get a tax cut in this bill. If you're a middle-class family and you're talking with your spouse and considering, well, does one of us have to leave the workforce so we can afford the crushing cost of childcare, you will get a tax cut in this bill. But if you're a CEO making over $1 million a year, you're not going to get a tax cut in this bill. And that's the right priority in this moment for Minnesotans. We shouldn't be providing blanket tax cuts, especially if we put all of our eggs in that basket, as the other body does. You're left with a plan that will defund public education. Our effort is targeted where it will do the most good. And just as an analogy, if there's a fire in the neighborhood, you don't send the fire truck to hose down every house on the block. That would be ill-advised. It would be inefficient. It would be irresponsible. We should target our relief to those who are in need, as our bill does. And members, that's the path to a stronger economic recovery. The strength of Minnesota's economy is our middle class, is our workers, the folks that have struggled over these last 2 years, who have persevered, who have put us in the place to have a $9 billion surplus. And so, members, in this bill, we say we have your back. You have delivered for us, and now we are going to deliver for you. Vote yes.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to address just a couple of issues briefly from the tax bill. The first one being something that's in the tax bill that I think is a good move. It's not going to be one that makes me vote green on the bill, but it came out of the Property Tax Committee, and it has to do with Soil and Water Conservation District funding. For those of you that might be familiar with this issue, it's one that's been a bit of a political football over the last number of years, where we've, since the Clean Water Fund came into existence, soil and water conservation districts have been funded generally out of the Clean Water Fund with some complications. One year we passed the funding with an additional language that required those funds to be replaced out of the general fund. If there was a surplus, there was a surplus. So general fund went back into the Clean Water Fund to reimburse it for those funds that were expended for our soil and water conservation districts. Soil and water conservation districts and the staff that works for them do tremendous work across the state of Minnesota. There are people on the ground that actually get our conservation projects done. They have, in general, good relations with landowners, and that's very necessary for getting this work done. And we've been searching over the years for consistent funding. Putting these funds for these soil and water conservation districts into the budget is the right thing to do, and it's done in this bill. I'm hoping as this goes to conference that the conferees will realize this is important to negotiate a good deal with the Senate. The number is perhaps a little high at this point. It's quite a bit higher than where we've been, but it's something that should be done, and I strongly support that. The other issue I'd like to bring up is one that's not in the bill, one we talked about a bit in transportation, and that has to do with transportation funding and utilizing sales tax on auto parts and repairs to fund roads and bridges. It's something we started at a few years ago, and something that has broad support, broad bipartisan support, even in this body, as it passed out of a committee, out of the Transportation Committee, but ended up being passed over to the Tax Committee. Would the tax chair yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Marquardt, We've talked about this a bit, but I'd like to talk about it a bit more. The sales tax revenue that could potentially be dedicated to transportation, generated by transportation uses, was sent to your committee from transportation. Can you give us a little more insight on just why this has not been incorporated into your bill?
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Representative Torkelson. It did reach the tax committee. I did not hear it because I don't like it, quite frankly. Here's my concern, is just what you mentioned. It's a statutory dedicated fund out of our general fund. So it's protected. If we go into a recession where we have to cut parts in the budget, the transportation funding is protected, but our senior citizens in our nursing homes, their funding is not. The transportation is protected. Those services to those with disability are not. The transportation funding is protected. Money to our students are not. So the problem I have is I think transportation is really important, but I don't put transportation over our senior citizens and those with disability and our students. And so I just don't like the mechanism. And maybe if it was even part of something and not dedicated where it's on kind of the same even ground as all these other important services. But the way I understand it right now, I just cannot support it.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Marquardt, for those arguments that have been presented many times over the years. Transportation is critical to our senior citizens, to everyone. None of us survive in this society without transportation doing what it needs to do to get people to work. The people that work at those nursing homes have to get to work. The goods and services that are presented to them, whether it be food or the doctor's care, whatever, has to have a transportation system to make it all happen. Transportation for too long has been languishing without a dedicated source of revenue, and this is a good one. It has had bipartisan support, and I would hope that as this issue comes up in conference committee, perhaps the tax chair would soften his stance a bit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Do I have this on? Yeah. Okay, and Representative Marquardt, a lot of the provisions have been covered in there already, and you get a lot of compliments from both sides of the aisle. So, I see that the cost, or the so-called cost of this bill, is about $1.6 billion, okay? I'm going to recommend that when you go to conference, you bring back a $7 billion tax cut, okay? Now, I know you'd like to do that, but I know you're working within a caucus that's hard to do. So I'm going to try and help you out a little bit, okay? Members, we need to think carefully about why cutting taxes actually creates higher tax revenue, okay? Now, you don't have to necessarily believe me. You can believe Democratic President John F. Kennedy. He proved that, okay? Also, President Ronald Reagan proved, President Kennedy cut taxes, revenues increased. And President Reagan cut taxes, revenues increased. President Donald Trump cut taxes, revenues increased. The thing you have to understand is you have to control spending for about a year or so to actually allow the private sector to grow under a more competitive tax and regulatory system. Members, think about this. Well, if you don't want to believe me, why don't you believe Governor Dayton's Minnesota Management Budget? They published a report under Governor Dayton that said it compared the drop in gas prices to a tax cut for families. And in their report, which I have a copy of right here, they said the average family in Minnesota had $900 more to spend because of the lower gas prices. The result was we had more private sector activity, and it contributed to a higher surplus. Think about that, members. Now, you want more tax surplus to grow government. We want tax surplus to reduce government, but we both want higher tax revenues. The goal is to have a competitive regulatory and tax system. So also keep in mind, members, and Representative Robbins said this, in the current overall DFL budget in the House, there's only $1 of tax cuts for every $21 of growing government. We need to reverse that, okay? And we have, thanks to Representative Garofalo, about $7 billion of surplus left. So when you go to conference committee, bring back a $7 billion tax cut and get us more competitive. And we will grow the private sector, and a lot of the problems you're trying to address will solve themselves. Because a lot of those problems have to do with high taxes and high regulatory system that is actually hurting Minnesotans and our businesses. Members, keep in mind, Bloomberg came out with an analysis right now, and they're a big financial organization out of New York. And they said because of inflation, higher gas taxes, and a number of other things, the average family has seen a $5,000 tax increase. Remember, inflation is taxation without legislation. If you want to help these people and lift up the lower class, we need to cut taxes dramatically. And we have a historic opportunity to do that if we can restrain our spending for just a little bit and allow the private sector to grow and respond. And we have a wonderful state to do that. Members, you also realize that a lot of the surplus is because of the one-time federal tax money, which is circulating through the economy. That's going to disappear. And if we grow government, and one analysis said that the House DFL wants to grow government at about 25%, we're setting ourselves up for a very, very huge deficit in the future. There are storm clouds on the horizon, members. We have 11 rate hikes by the Federal Reserve that they've indicated in the next 2 years to fight inflation, okay? We also have higher electricity costs, higher food costs in almost every area. Give these people a break. Cut taxes dramatically, and you will cushion yourself from the next recession. Okay? More and more taxes is not going to cushion yourself. It's only going to aggravate the situation. Now, members, it's taken me a little while, but I finally figured out, Representative Marquardt or Chair Marquardt, what many of your people, your caucus believes. They believe in funding education, no matter how much. I gotta praise the Lord over there. And they believe that that will create innovation through our educational system and higher educational system, and it'll create more industries and jobs. And to a certain degree, that's true. There's two ways to grow the economy. One is by cutting taxes. The second one is by innovation and technology. In other words, if it takes 100 people to make 100 widgets, and with technology and innovation, it only takes 2 people to make the same amount of widgets, that's going to generate more tax revenue. So we have a historic opportunity here to not only, because we're a very innovative and technology-based state, we can also make our tax code competitive. And members, and if we do a little bit of mining, you won't believe the amount of tax revenue that's going to come in. And we can do it in an environmentally friendly way. But members, just more and more spending with very few tax cuts, especially in terms of income, we're going down the wrong road at a time where our economy is going to be facing strong headwinds. So Representative Marquardt, I can't support this bill. But if you come back with a $7 billion tax cut, I think after my speech, if they listen to it several times, you could get a unanimous vote off here. Okay, we'll give you a $5 billion tax cut, okay? I mean, members, please come to your senses. We can't keep this up. It is not sustainable to spend like we're spending and keep a high tax rate, especially when we have the demographics changing. Believe it or not, I think I'm done. Anyway, think carefully about it. Let's help Minnesotans, and let's cut taxes dramatically. Thank you, Madam Chair and members.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So today I'm going to talk a little about, and it's been talked about a lot already, but property taxes. Obviously a very complicated issue. But before I start talking about that, I want to talk about my last month. So my last month as being the state representative for the people of Itasca and Cass County has been very, very challenging. And it's been very, very challenging because I have people calling me on the phone with shaking voices, tears, and concern over what their estimated market values are. And now my role here, and Chair Marquardt, you already talked about it, rising property values doesn't mean your property taxes are going to go up. But my constituents, not all of them knew that, and some of them had warned concerns to do that. So we talked about today how statewide we're seeing property values go up 19%. Well, after talking to Itasca County is going up 31%. That's a concern. And it's not a concern for, the higher level incomes for people, the upper class. It's the lower class that's being affected. It's the retired folk. So the last month, I've spent countless hours on the phone. Hundreds of emails. My voicemail is almost continually filled up. I'm having trouble returning calls, but I'm talking with people. I'm explaining the process to them. But their number one question to me is, what can we do? So last month, I've tried to work on that issue. What can we do? And first off, how did we get here? How did Itasca County have a 31% increase when the rest of the state's seeing on average about 19%? So I worked with, area officials, tried to talk about where did we get here in the formula, and I kind of came up with a little story to tell on it. So go back 2 years, the pandemic is reaching its heights, right? And we're trying to figure out how we're going to live in this world. And people realize we're going to go to a virtual world, which is great. So one, I'm very thankful that Itasca County has good broadband built out, because what it did is a lot of cabins and a lot of homes now turned into people's actual homes when they moved here from the Twin Cities up north to the greater Grand Rapids area, Itasca County, because we have high-speed internet. They were able to work from home there. So now the thing that went along with that, however, was we had historically low interest rates. So money was very accessible for people, especially from the Twin Cities coming to more of a depressed area. So your average home that was, let's say $200,000, $225,000, because the market was as hot as it was, you had people that were buying homes that didn't want to get in a bidding war. And this happened many times. You would come to this property on a small lake outside Grand Rapids, and they'd say, "I'll give you $4.25 for it. I'll give you $450,000 for this house." House sold immediately. Who wouldn't take that money, right? So now fast forward 2 years, and this has been happening because money was accessible because of interest rates. And now the formulas, we get our assessments back, and I have a constituent calling me from Deer Lake whose home was originally appraised at $350,000 for estimated market value. They get their yellow slip in the mail, $850,000. Went up $500,000. And that's because when we looked at what happened around that area, there's 2 properties that sold for $1.2 and $1.4 million because the demand was there. So no, I'm not arguing the fact that, we have a competitive housing market and people were buying and selling homes, but now we're faced with a very scary situation in northern Minnesota. And this goes back to what I've been dealing with for the last month. We are going to see people who are going to potentially have to sell their homes if these values, and we see property taxes rise. And we aren't going to have insurance is what's going to happen until the counties set their levies. We can't play in that. That's the difference between state and local government. And that was kind of the hardest part for me when being a legislator and trying to be the conduit between my constituents and their local government. But I tell you what, if we don't look at this bill, and I know there were some good steps taken today with the homestead exclusion and stuff, I think we could have went a little bit further on that to give my constituents and really the people of greater Minnesota a little bit more resolve. But what's going to happen is these market values are going to be the estimated market values are going to be set. If they see a property tax increase, and I mean, I'm talking small amounts here, which I don't consider small amounts, but in this chamber it is. $50, $100 a month. That's the difference between groceries for 2 weeks for a lot of my constituents. Of course, with inflation right now, I don't know how much groceries you're going to buy. Costs are rising everywhere. And even if property taxes don't go up, we're probably going to see monthly insurance premiums go up for people's homes because the market values have went up. And yes, the market values will come back down. They'll stabilize here in a few years, maybe 3, 4, 5 years. But in the meantime, what happens? What happens is that people in my home are going to have to sell their homes. But I just looked up, what a 30-year average rate is for a mortgage right now. It's 5.4%. That's gone up 2% in less than a year already. And you're going to find that money isn't as accessible as it was. So then people are going to offer, they're going to list their house for what their estimated market value was. They're not going to get that price for it. It's going to come back down. The market will stabilize. That's how this thing works, right? But in the meantime, how many of my friends and family and elderly and low-income people in Itasca County are going to have to sell and leave their homes? We talk about all the time that we want to try and help and give that hand up to people across the state of Minnesota, but this isn't doing anything. This bill doesn't go to the lengths it needs to do. In fact, if we look at it here, how come we're giving $1.1 billion for renter credits, but only $75 million for homestead? Why is there such a disparity there? I don't understand that. We have to protect that right, that sacred right to homestead. I think that's part of what makes, our state, our country so great, is the fact that we can own property and we hold that right very close to home. So this bill today, I just wanted to tell that story. And I don't think I'm alone when I'm getting those phone calls. And I know it's hard. And there's a lot of passion that comes from these phone calls. And I'm hoping that we can just do one thing, and that's work with our counties and try to keep that respectful tone. If there's one message that I try to leave every phone call with in this time of politics, is that please don't let your anger and passion come out when you're having these very hard conversations. Be respectful, listen, share valid points. And I think that's something that both sides of the aisle we have to get better at, especially going into this political cycle. But if we can do that and we can work with our counties, let's find a way to make sure Minnesotans have a hand up. So this bill today I will be a no on because I don't think we did give the hand up. I think it more or less was handouts here and there that are going to be that one-time tax relief. I don't think it's going to give the resolve that Minnesotans need. But I will continue to work on this issue. And Chair Marquardt, thank you for the work you have done. And that is the story of my home. And I hope everyone takes that an understanding today when we're thinking about Metro versus Greater Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Dakota, Representative Breyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I'm pleased to be here to also talk about the Soil and Water Conservation District legislation. It's a bill that I was proud to author and bring through the Property Tax Division. It is, I also want to thank Representative Torkelson for setting the table so nicely for it and for the bipartisan, bicameral support that this legislation has earned. It's really an important bill, and the SWCDs are an unsung hero of our local government system. There are 88 of them in our state. They partner with our counties, our cities, our watershed districts, and they provide valuable services to local landowners, including and especially local farmers. They're a resource for the boots on the ground to help people, to educate them, and to provide the resources they need to understand the best practices in conservation, water management, and soil health. They're individualized, they're local. In Dakota County, they're serving urban areas, suburban areas, and rural areas. Half of our county is agricultural. So the needs and the knowledge that they bring span the spectrum of the services that a community might want, from education to school kids to landscaping classes for suburban households like the one I had. In another county, I looked at Candy, Ohio, where my aunt and uncle lived for years. they have a different set of programs, and they're all tailored to what the needs of the community are. So the investment that we're looking for, the $22 million, is money well spent. In the past, it's been unstable funding coming from the Clean Water Act as a Clean Water Fund, as the representative mentioned. But what you need to know is think about it. So many of us are business people in this chamber. And when we have unstable and unpredictable funding, we can't make decisions to run our businesses, to staff, to plan and do long-range projects. This funding will bring the Soil and Water Conservation District network to about half of what they estimate they need per year, but it will give them stability and the means to move forward in an intentional, careful, and productive way. I'm really proud, as you can tell, to author this legislation. I ask for your support on this and the rest of this fine tax bill, and ask for your green vote. Thank you.
The member from Lesueur, Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So while this bill provides several tax credits, I don't see that it provides much in the way of permanent tax cuts or exemptions. And I've heard a lot about it providing tax breaks for the Minnesota taxpayer. Again, the Minnesota taxpayer. So as I look at it, I just wonder if Chair Marquardt would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Chair Marquardt, I'm on 5426, but it talks about the Commissioner of Revenue must establish a process through which a taxpayer who does not have an individual tax income filing requirement may file a return for the taxable years which the credit is available. So those would be people that don't owe any taxes then, right?
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So these rebates are for tax year 2021. So there might be reasons why people did not file an income tax return for whatever that might be. Maybe they were under the standard deduction, whatever that might be. But this provides a way for that person still to be able to apply for that rebate this year, even though for one reason or the other, they didn't fill out and file a return. I think that should answer that.
Representative Farr.
Madam Speaker, if Chair Marquardt will continue to yield.
He will yield. Representative
So
Farr.
one of the reasons then could be, of those that you just mentioned, that they don't owe any taxes. Is that correct?
Representative Marquardt.
Madam Speaker and Representative, they may not have an income tax liability. Again, if you're a business and you lose, you're in loss, you don't have a tax liability. You're going to take a net operating loss into the future. But also, regardless of that, we know that many people are paying property taxes, we're paying sales taxes, we're paying, our Social Security and Medicare taxes. And I know sometimes the debate in here only gets focused on the income tax, and I was on my close going to talk a little bit about just the effective tax rates of taxpayers. In that, many of our taxpayers will pay much less an effective tax rate than many of the states that don't have an income tax at all, at least up through the 40th or 50th percentile, because you take property sales and all these other ones where all these other states are really high on. So it's complicated, let's put it that way.
Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A great lead in. It's complicated, no question, Chair Marquardt. And so then, Madam Speaker, if Chair Marquardt would continue to yield. My next question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My next question. So when we get to then 20422, we start talking about a simplified process for filing for these individuals without a tax liability. So it looks as though we're going to create a simplified process for those individuals that don't have a tax liability. Are we creating any simplified process in our tax code for anyone else who does have a tax liability?
Representative Marquardt.
So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. One of the main reasons for this part of the bill is that right now it is a refund. So renters are used to applying for the refund and then getting it in August or September. So there may be cases where if you're not filing an income tax form, that you might not realize this law has taken effect if it goes into law. And so now the filing season is over to file your income taxes, but you still are eligible for a refund. This allows this person now still to work through a form that the Commissioner of Revenue could determine for that renter to properly get the renter's credit that they're eligible for.
Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Marquardt. So I want to piggyback on something you said earlier in terms of think of it as a business. So, you know, many of you know that when I'm not doing this, I'm a small community banker. And so to me, this is very similar to having somebody walk into the bank and wanting to take a withdrawal when they don't have an account at the bank. I mean, that's what this is, Minnesota. We've talked about tax breaks for Minnesota taxpayers, but it's not necessarily Minnesota taxpayers. It would be no different than any one of you who doesn't have an account walking into the bank and asking for a withdrawal. And then we're going to simplify that process for those individuals. So, I struggle with the bill. We could talk about many other things, but we're giving money to those who didn't contribute to it, while we're failing to put in place permanent tax relief, particularly for our senior citizens. I'm disappointed with that. So that's all I have, Madam Speaker. I will be a red vote today. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And members, we've had a debate that's covered a lot of areas today. And Chair Joachim, I've enjoyed serving with you on the Property Tax Division. Well, she's not on the floor, but, well, there you are. Thank you. It's been a good committee, and I, too, want to add my support for the permanent funding for the SWCDs. Much has been said about it already, so I won't belabor the point, but having that sustained permanent funding is important for those folks out in really all 87 counties in Minnesota. The one area that I really wish the overall tax bill would have gone further was in the area, and Representative Igo explained it very well, was the homestead market value exclusion. And we are hearing from folks back home, a lot of them really worked up and concerned about, can I keep my home? I had a lady call me, and in my county, maybe the same in your counties too, but they mailed out the payable 2022 tax statements in the same envelope as the 2023 valuations, I guess to save postage, but it really caused a lot of confusion and almost fear by folks thinking, the lady that called me first was her valuation doubled. She said, my taxes are going to double. And you try to explain and walk them back from that real fear of, and she said, I can't keep my home. I'm going to have to sell my home because I'm on a fixed income, and I just can't pay my taxes when they double next year. And the really frustrating thing, and it's the same thing with farmland, that we're seeing the values go up, and we're wealthy on paper, for example. If you own a lot of land or your home, the value has gone up greatly, but you really can't use that increased value unless you sell it. And I think we're going to be seeing that in the future if valuations keep going up and taxes go up accordingly. A lot of folks, especially those on fixed incomes, won't be able to meet the obligations of paying their property taxes, and we're going to see folks trying to cash in, and unless they cash in on the increased valuation, And unless they buy another home, they're going to get hit by capital gains taxes if they sell their home for a great deal more than what they paid for it originally. You know, and if my math is correct, it looks like we've increased the bottom tier and the top tier of the market value exclusion by about 5.5%, if my numbers are correct here. And yet we're seeing the values going up statewide by, as Chair Marquardt said, 19%, and then in the case of around the Park Rapids area, 31%. We're going backward in terms of trying to help people manage the ability to pay their taxes and keep their local, cities, townships, counties, and school districts operating. So this is an area I think we're going to really have to focus on to not make our taxes confiscatory and have people not able to make the obligations to pay their taxes and keep their homes and live there as long as they would care to. So because of that, Madam Speaker, I too will be a red vote on the tax bill today. Thank you.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair Marquardt, for your leadership. I've enjoyed working with you over the years. You are a very good chair. You listen. You talk to a lot of people. You have a great demeanor. You understand. You're smart. I don't want to pop your head today, Representative Marquardt, but it's a pleasure working with you, and this place is going to miss you. As we look at the bill, Madam Speaker and members, we have to, I think, look at where we are at in the fiscal reality of not only the government of the state of Minnesota, but the people of the state of Minnesota. We're in the middle of the biennium, and it doesn't take long to remember the fact that government is fully funded. We made that decision last July. So government has all the money it needs between now and June 30th of 2023. And so, members, Madam Speaker, the people of Minnesota, your government has your money being collected here and over-collected at a rate that is providing for huge surpluses of your money that is piling up here in St. Paul. As a matter of fact, there's nearly $3 billion of it in the savings account of the state of Minnesota from past over-collections of your money. And the projection, Madam Speaker and members, is that another 9.2 or 9.3 billion more of the hardworking taxpayers of the people of Minnesota is going to be piling up here at the capital of the state of Minnesota. Their money piling up here, over $10 billion, could be said $12 billion of the people's money is here. That's, Madam Speaker and members, that's $6,000 per taxpayer, per income taxpayer. $6,000 of the people's money, or $12,000 per couple that works hard every day and pays their taxes. That money is accumulating here, and we have the Democrats coming forward with their proposal in the Minnesota House to spend nearly all of it on more government. A portion of that expenditure, Chair Marquardt, is in your bill, $1.5 or $1.6 billion of tax expenditures, largely tax expenditures, which I know as a member of the tax committee in the past, we've talked about we need to get rid of these tax expenditures and stop doing them, but here in the bill we're doing more, and we're expanding spending and increasing the categories and ways that we can spend in these areas. And these are the areas that Democrats like to spend the people's money, the 9.2 or $12 billion of their money that is here in an environment that the government doesn't need it. The government doesn't need this money. Our problem, Madam Speaker and members, is that we're overtaxing the people of Minnesota. The people of Minnesota have too much money being extracted from them, their families, and their futures. And unfortunately, this bill doesn't address it. And the budget doesn't address it. And Madam Speaker and members, if I could, I'm going to look at the budget targets and just share with the people of Minnesota what we have here. We've had a bunch of bills already go out, big, huge omnibus honking bills that have passed and are headed to the other chamber to die, hopefully. And I'm just going to go down the list. The agriculture area, a 43% increase in spending is proposed in the agriculture area by Minnesota House Democrats. That's what passed the House earlier here. Capital investment, paying the debt service on the borrow and spend behaviors of this legislature, a 13% increase in debt service. Climate and energy, I think we get to hear that one next. A whopping 312% increase in spending on top of the spending increase that was agreed upon last July 1st or June 30th. 312% increase, using that big pile of over-collected money from the taxpayers of Minnesota, the hardworking people that make this state go, that we want them to stay here. Members, Madam Speaker, we are exporting our wealth from this state. Sorry, Madam Speaker. We are exporting our wealth from this state in importing poverty, and that's what we're doing. The policy of House Democrats is to chase away the people that are working hard and having their money over-collected here and creating policies in this tax bill and other areas that encourage people to come from other places to get the many generous and numerous welfare programs that House Democrats want to take this huge amount of money extracted from overtaxed Minnesotans and send it out to attract more people to come here for our numerous and generous programs. Meanwhile, we're sending the job creators, the hard workers, the people who work and make this economy go, we're sending them to Texas, they're going to Florida, they're going to South Dakota, Wyoming, Tennessee, and other places to escape the oppressive taxation that the state of Minnesota places upon their endeavors current and future. So energy and climate was a 312% increase. The commerce area, 12.6% increase in spending on top of the increase that we agreed upon last year that provide for the fully funded budget we have. Early childhood, 51% increase in early childhood spending. Members, this member's opinion is we should get rid of the early childhood committee, and we should let parents raise their kids till they're 5 at least before government comes in with a school bus, backs it up to the maternity ward room door, and takes them to the government school. 51% increase in early childhood spending. Education, 5.7% increase in spending. Environment, a 60% increase in spending in the area of environment. I'm told to speed it up, members. Health and Human Services, 5.3%. Thank you, Representative Garofalo. Health and Human Services, a 5.3% increase. Higher Ed, 2.8% increase. Every area of government in the Democrats' bill is getting a huge increase in spending in order to spend the largesse that belongs to the hardworking people of Minnesota that's accumulating here in St. Paul. Housing, 183% increase in spending for government to pay for the houses for people in this state, to pay for the housing, while hardworking Minnesotans want that money back to pay for their own house. Industrial education, economic development, 56% increase in spending. Judiciary, 13% increase in spending. Labor, industry, vets, and military affairs, another huge omnibus multi-subject bill that is unconstitutional, 36% increase in spending. Public safety, 12.76% increase in spending. State government, 78% increase in spending on top of the huge increase in state government that was agreed to for the biennium last July 1st. The tax aids and credits area, which is covered in this bill, 39% increase in spending. Transportation, 47% increase in spending. Workforce and business development, 47% increase in spending. Members, you take the huge over 10% increase in biennial budget spending that was agreed upon last July 1st between the House, the Senate, and the governor, and that is now law, that has government fully funded, having all it needs. Add to that the 14.2% increase here. We're at a 25% increase in spending, Madam Speaker, that the budget, the collective budget of House Democrats that they have rammed through this process in the last week, and we'll finish off here today and tomorrow, 25% increase in government spending, and they're going to spend nearly all of that huge pile of the people's money extracted from the hardworking people of Minnesotans that is unnecessary for it to even be here. And that's what we have before us today. Madam Speaker, I don't have to remind everybody, but it's pertinent to know as we look at this bill that the policies that rob Peter to pay Paul are always supported by Paul. And you too, Mr. Chair. It's rather coincidental, Mr. Chair. But these are redistributionist policies in this bill, to take the money from the hardworking people of Minnesota that had it taken from them. It landed here in this bill, Mr. Chair, and you do a good job a very good job putting your bill together. The policy is to take money from hardworking people that are way overtaxed and giving it to groups of people that your caucus wants to have the money. That's what's in this bill. I was going to talk about the renter's credit. I'll just mention statutorily the renter's credit has us reimbursing renters or giving them payments, tax expenditures, 17%. 17%, but the reality is the research was done in 2016, and actually the amount of the property tax that the renter pays with their rent ends up at 13.9%. It's a 22% increase over what the real number is that's already in here, and we're expanding that area more. That definitely, and I understand, Madam Speaker, that is Democrats' agenda, to redistribute wealth from people who we want to keep in this state, having their money taken from them unnecessarily. And this bill doesn't address that problem, but rather continues to spend and spend and spend. A full 25% increase in spending is what Minnesota Democrats want to do with the over-collected money of the hardworking people of Minnesota who just want to figure out how to afford to stay here in this beautiful state we have just a little bit longer. We've got to head a different direction, Madam Speaker. Chair Marquardt, I know you don't support all the policies that rob from Peter to pay Paul, but I'm going to ask you, and hopefully this body can see as this bill goes over to the Senate, I hope we can come back with a tax bill that focuses on something like Representative Gruenhagen was talking about, realizing that bill too could be a compromise between some of these Democrat ideas, tax ideas, and a bunch of Republican ideas coming out of the Senate to give relief to those hardworking people who overtaxed so that we can keep them here in this state, generating the revenue that government needs to have, because if we don't keep them here, Madam Speaker, the people that are working to make this state go, everybody else that remains is going to be left with the burden that they've given up as they've gone to Florida, Texas, Tennessee, South Dakota, and elsewhere. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza Watun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Markwart, for your leadership and service to the state of Minnesota. Certainly, while we're all privileged and honored to have a seat in the chamber, and while I'm not on the floor today, I think that I have had the best seat in the House these past 2 biennium, and I've certainly learned a lot from sitting next to you. I appreciate your guidance and support and for including the Great Start Child Care tax credit expansion as a featured provision in House File 3669. Members, while Chair Markwart gave a brief overview of how the credit works earlier in the debate, I'd like to share a little bit more about what it does. I mentioned earlier this week that the parents of young children are struggling. A quick internet search brings up headlines like an impossible juggling act, and parents and caregivers of young children say they've hit pandemic rock bottom. Many families spend more on childcare than they do on their rent or mortgage payment. And childcare expenses hit most families near the beginning of their careers, so their earnings potential is likely at its lowest point. In other parts of the supplemental budget, and thanks to Chair Pinto's leadership on the very important and necessary Early Childhood Committee, we invest in our mini SOTNs through early learning scholarships, childcare assistance, and other programs that are targeted toward low-income families. But it is important to recognize that affording childcare can still be a challenge even for families much further up the income scale, particularly those with more children. By expanding the income eligibility for the Great Start Child Care tax credit, we're able to reach 186,000 families across the state. That's in the metro area, throughout the suburbs, and all over greater Minnesota, significantly reducing the cost of childcare. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, we knew our childcare system was broken. And now we're facing a critical workforce shortage. These issues are closely connected. With roughly a quarter of workers that are missing from pre-pandemic levels, they're on the sidelines for caregiving reasons. The impact of the Great Start Child Care tax credit expansion isn't only in households, it's in workplaces too. When we help families access high-quality, affordable childcare, parents can choose to return to work, knowing that their kids are in a safe and supportive environment. Now, members, someone before me mentioned the increase in spending on early childhood programming. But we should know that until a child turns 5 and is eligible to begin kindergarten, public investment at either the state or federal level is marginal at best. So a 51% increase on what? A minimal investment. It's not doing a lot right now. We know that robust and targeted funding in early care and learning is the best possible return on investment that we can make as a state. Study after study after study shows this. And when we talk about attracting workers to Minnesota, it's not just about money, members. It's about outdoor exploration. It's about strong schools. It's about culture and community. It's about healthcare access. We all know that Minnesota is the place to be. That's why we're here in this room. And now the Minnesota legislature has the opportunity to do what no other state has done. I'll say that again. We have the opportunity to do what no other state has done, and tell the college graduates who are considering where to settle down, and to the young workers with young children, You're welcome in Minnesota. We want you to live, work, and raise your families here, and we will help you do it. This provision not only lifts up Minnesota children and families, but it provides a much needed support to our workforce and our economy as we rebound from the pandemic. This is how we build a brighter future for everyone. And it's just a piece of the incredible tax bill that Chair Marquardt and Chair Joachim put together with their team. This bill puts money back into the hands of hardworking Minnesotans, and it helps people get back to work. Vote green. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're doing a great job today. Chair Marquardt, you know, the bill in front of us has some good stuff. I appreciate the sales tax work that you did for cities and that. I wish it would have been permanent, but I do believe that's a good first step. You know, as Representative Torkelson mentioned, the lack of that potential investment into transportation, I believe, is a real missed opportunity. You know, when we discuss potential transferring vehicles into other areas and auto part sales and the focus of those dollars to transportation really is a good opportunity for Minnesotans to invest where they honestly think those dollars are actually going. You know, with that, you know, oftentimes when we look at bills, you can catch a theme. And this bill doesn't necessarily give folks tax relief on who is paying, but it really addresses the fact of what an Biden-Walz economy is doing. And we heard over and over again that we're trying to put dollars back into people's pockets. And it's folks, it's through tools like tax credits, it's tools with rebate checks, it's tools like that. And you ask yourself, why? Why does this bill, which is pretty big, and if it was real tax relief, I wish it was, as Representative Gruenhagen, billions more, but why does it do what it does? And it doesn't take you long to hop into the car and look at the signs that you see along the roadway and you see $5 diesel fuel, $5.50 diesel, $4 gas. Grocery stores that don't have price tags underneath the food shelf because the price is changing so quickly. And what that should tell all of us is that we've got a lack of leadership in Washington, D.C. We've got a president who, at any given time, the foreign minister of foreign relations said that President Biden has taken the opposite position on almost every single policy position that he should have in his career. And when it comes to domestic policy, we have a president and a governor who have absolutely failed us when it comes to public safety. We have a southern border that is being absolutely overrun by hundreds and thousands of people. And this bill actually encourages it. We've got great opportunity in the state of Minnesota to do good things with tax policy. And it's not always simple. It's not always straightforward. But tax policy is like a rudder on a giant ship. It's going to steer you where you're going to go. And there are many things on a ship. In this tax policy, this bill is not the rudder. This is more of a life preserver that you're throwing out to families that are hurting. And they are. They're hurting because prices are going up, the stock market's going down, and you're only going to get mugged when you go downtown. And that's a quote, if you might remember, from a song in the early 80s, Hank Williams Jr. And what happened in the early 80s? You had prices going up, the stock market going down, and you only get mugged when you go downtown. And I don't believe that this bill steers us in our economy and our state where it needs to go. We need to encourage business. We need to encourage families to succeed. And not just by throwing a lifeline, by throwing a life preserver to them. But we need to make sure that there is solid ground, that businesses and families can grow their lives, grow their personal economies, and grow their potential business right here in the state of Minnesota. This bill doesn't do that. This bill has some opportunity to improve. And I pray that the Senate, I pray that the chair over there, and Chair Marquardt, can bring these bills. This bill is going to pass today, folks. And I would wish that it could have been bipartisan, but I don't believe it will. Representative Marquardt, I believe that you're a good chair. You've done some great work here in the state of Minnesota. I wish this bill reflected more of that work. It reflected some. And it can do much better. And it can be much bigger. Because people need a firm rudder on the ship that's full of steam, that's going to carry us to the next and to the future. You know, we have a very competitive economy that we have to compete with. We've got globe, we've got markets, we've got issues of transportation, we've got energy prices going through the roof, we've got grocery stores that don't have what they need. Things are getting tougher. Our roads are getting bumpier, and our economy's potentially stumbling under this administration. And we need to help set the stage for the future with a bill, with a tax policy that's going to carry us forward, that's going to steer us away from the icebergs and bring us into port. Vote no.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Madam Speaker. So, I don't know about many of you, but my charitable gambling organizations have really, over the last 2 years, just been coming to me and saying, Mary, we need relief. And then when the surplus became known of $9 billion, they really honestly thought that there would be relief in sight, right? Bills were offered up, and I had many saying, I'm so glad that this bill has been offered. It looks like it's going to get done this year. And I said, I don't see why we couldn't get any relief. There's $9 billion, supposedly, in the Treasury. So I'm just going to talk just a little bit about the Nelson Community Association. They have 2 bars. Nelson's a very small town. They've got Diamond Gyms, also known as DJs. And then they also have the Corral, where, you know, you can play electronic pull tabs, maybe the paper pull tabs. I've been known once or twice to lose some money there. Once or twice, maybe win some money, if you can call it winning, right? But I always have a good time at those 2 places. So far, though, this year, the Nelson Community Association has paid roughly $180,000 to the state of Minnesota. I like to liken it to money laundering, right? So these individuals, they do a lot of work. They have to hire staff, unless there's some places that have the machine where you can put your money in and get the tickets out. That's really not that fun to play pull tabs that way. It's not my method of playing pull tabs that way, because I like the human interaction where you can, you know, exchange your money for what they call crack paper sometimes. Some people, you know, they like to play a lot of pull tabs. Me, not so much, but I do play. But anyway, I prefer that human interaction. So they've got staff to pay. And then, of course, there is the rental that they have to pay for the booth to the bar. And then the bar also has to pay taxes on that, because that's also income, right? So I just really think it's kind of just a form of money laundering for the state. Where if you do engage in the charitable gambling, the state is like, well, you can keep a little bit of your money, money that you want to use to benefit your community or surrounding communities. but we're going to take a big chunk of it. So instead of using the $180,000 for local issues, that $180,000 is going to a bloated government whose appetite is insatiable for tax dollars. And it's all made possible because of Minnesota Democrats in the House. Apparently, government, the House Democrats are saying, they know better. And that's by when you're not supporting the local communities with their charitable gambling, you're telling the communities themselves that Minnesota government knows best on how to spend those dollars. Minnesota government, big government, is severely overweight people. And we are spending and spending and spending and adding to the problem that we have. And it's unsustainable. But I have to ask yourself, who is a better judge of spending those local dollars? I mean, do you not think that Kevin Hoovey, Jerry Gage Sr., Jerry Gay Jr., Sean Gay, Steve Rosengau, Jim Stevie, Daryl Medenwald of the Nelson Community Association, you don't think that they know what's happening in their community better than the bloated government of Minnesota? Nelson is a very low-income town. And the Nelson Community Association helps with local needs. In fact, this organization paid for a lawnmower for the city of Nelson and a skid loader and street lights in order to keep taxes down for the citizens of Nelson, Minnesota. They keep up with the ball field. They've even assisted the city of Osakis with some needs. So charitable gambling is a very important part of our local small towns. And so I ask that we do a better job of addressing this issue when the tax bill goes to the conference committee. Next up, I'm going to leave you with a tale of two states. You're going to want to listen to this one. So CARE 11, March 22nd, 2022, little article here where it says, a new survey of the state hospitality industry is giving us another look at the uneven impact of the pandemic has had on our restaurants, hotels, and resorts across the state. Overall, the industry continues to face a bleak reality. Restaurants, hotels, resorts, and campgrounds have now lost a combined $15 billion in revenue during the last 2 years. That's equivalent to 249 days of business. Meanwhile, the tale of the other state. You want to know about the other state? All right. Well, we're going to talk about the other state. The other state is Florida. Florida Business Journal, dated February 3rd, 2022. Tampa Bay's tourism industry came roaring back in 2021 with hotel revenue exceeding $758 million, shattering the previous record set in 2019 by $50 million. Tampa Bay Business Journal, March 24th, 2022. So 2 days after the CARE 11 article on the Minnesota hospital industry losing $15 billion in revenue, right? 249 days of lost work. In the past year alone, Florida has experienced an unprecedented demographic growth, increasing by more than 500,000 people between January 2020 and April of 2021. So many new individuals became the impetus for a surge in construction in both residential and commercial construction sectors in order to accommodate migrating residents. High levels of tourism and travel to Florida have also contributed to the growth of the hospitality industry in our state. Estimates from Visit Florida showed that 29 million domestic visitors traveled to Florida in just the fourth quarter of 2021, which reflects a 7% increase from before the pandemic. A little bit more of a tale between two states. Did you know the population of Florida is approximately 4 times that of Minnesota? Yet Minnesota's taxes are almost half of Florida. Minnesota's population, no, hold on. Florida's population is approximately 4 times that of Minnesota, yet Minnesota's taxes are almost half of Florida's, that's correct. Minnesota's population is growing, or Florida's population is growing, yet Minnesota's growth rate is flat. Our growth rate is stagnant. Florida's is growing. Florida's 2021-2022 budget is $101.5 billion. That is for a population 4 times that of Minnesota, right? Minnesota's 2021 to 2022 budget was $53.7 billion. Almost half of Florida's budget, with a quarter of Florida's population. Florida also has no income tax, state income tax, and their sales tax is 6%. Of course, that can vary due to local municipalities, while Minnesota's tax rate is 6.875%, which can also vary due to local municipalities. As far as property taxes go, Florida's property tax is slightly below the national average, while Minnesota's is slightly above the national average. Members, we have an issue here. For years, we've been saying that we are losing population to tax-friendly states, and that's the truth. I think it's become very apparent over the last 2 years. I know tons of individuals in my district that have now changed their residency. They are living in Florida. Some are actively shopping for homes in Florida, and they are getting out of this state. Recently, I was at a home show. Speaking, I was actually working my other job there. But at this home show in Alexandria, Minnesota, the place that's easy to get to and hard to leave, the number one topic was the tax rate of Minnesota and Social Security taxes. That's what they're wondering about. What are you doing about that? How's that looking? You got $9 billion in the Treasury. Are we going to see an elimination of the Social Security tax? Are we going to see tax cuts for the middle class? I had a lot of people saying, yep, just changed our residency. It could either be Florida, Texas, Arizona, places that are tax-friendly to their wallet, because they know that they are a better judge of character, of how to spend their money, than sometimes, or most likely, the state of Minnesota is. So as this bill goes into conference, I ask that the conferees take a look at their tax policy in the bills and reduce those taxes so that we keep our population here in Minnesota. I mean, we've got a great state. We love Minnesota. But there's a lot of people that still love Minnesota, but they love being able to pay their own bills, being able to have money in their wallets. And so with that, Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Marquardt, we're going to miss little Johnny. Nobody does it quite as well as you do. And speaking as one social studies teacher to another, we're not known for our grasp of the numbers, and yet you do it. And you do it extremely well, so thank you. The folks who don't know little Johnny, they'll have to ask. But I'm sure it'll be missed. Members, families today need us to be all hands on deck in supporting them. That's why this is such a good tax bill for Minnesota's families. It provides them with the supports they need and the tools they need so that all Minnesota families can thrive. I just think back to when my children were little, what the Great Start child care tax credit would have meant for us. When our oldest was in child care and her mom was in a graduate program at the university, and child care cost more than the tuition for a graduate degree at the University of Minnesota. And Chair Pinto has been extraordinarily articulate about what a crisis child care is today in Minnesota for providers and for families. So the state reaching out and supporting families at those critical early years is incredibly important. And Representative Igo was right. There are issues across the state with rising property valuations. The failure of the private sector to provide adequate housing starts in Minnesota and across the country. It's not just us. We've got a failure in the housing industry that's driving up property valuations and taxes for people across the country and across Minnesota. He was right. And you respond in this bill, Representative Youakim, Chair Youakim, with the largest property tax cut in decades. That's real money in real people's pockets. What's particularly important to me, however, is how the two of you and Chair Youakim, I got to hand this one a little bit to you because it's property tax division, and you know my soft spot for the property tax division. You see all of Minnesota. The significant work you've done on the renter's credit. We have rising numbers of renters in Minnesota, and they deserve equal consideration with those of us who own our homes. And you make significant investments in the renter's credit, significant reforms, significant simplification for folks who pay their property taxes through their rent. That's critical. Especially when we remember that Minnesota has the largest racial gap in home ownership in the country. So who are renters in Minnesota? There's a lot of elders, but there's a significant and disproportionate number of people who rent their homes who are younger, who are people of color, and are lower income. And by balancing the property tax savings for homeowners with property tax savings for renters, we have a bill that meets the needs of all of Minnesota. So I just want you to take a moment. While we also recognize the reformed LGA formula, lower property taxes for homeowners, lower property taxes for renters, support for the municipal services that we all rely on, the police, the fire, the roads, the water, all that stuff that is the job of government to provide. Take a minute and think about what this package means. If you're a young family, you've got some student loans, you got a cute little one, and whether you're a renter or a homeowner, this bill speaks to those young families. Reaches out a hand with expanding these programs that have been available to older, whiter, wealthier Minnesota, and makes sure that all of Minnesota is captured in this bill. And I want to end with one particular thank you to you, Chair Marquardt. Last week, this body passed and the governor signed a $2.7 billion tax cut to corporations in Minnesota, going disproportionately to the largest corporations in the state. And you have in this package Chair Stevenson's provision for those who received unemployment insurance compensation in 2021. It's huge to those who, through no fault of their own, found themselves unemployed for part of last year. But in contrast to $2.7 billion that we've given to corporations, it's small. But kind of like the Twins on their winning streak these days, some of it is hitting those homers out of the park, and some of it is small ball, where you get them on first, maybe you get them on second, and then you keep bringing them home. And home is a bit of the theme here, making sure that everyone can afford a place over their head. That's powerful. Thank you, Chair Marquardt. Thank you, Chair Youakim. Members, I'll be a green vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Marquardt, you were the first person across the aisle that I met when I came on the House floor in 2007. And we didn't talk about taxes. We talked about teaching and coaching and a lot of different things that we have in common. And I know that the work I've done with veterans issues across the state have, some of them have fallen into the tax committee. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for, in terms of the veterans surviving spouse, we had to make some changes. We had to tweak it a little bit, change some dates, and you included that in this year's tax bill. But members, the veteran population across the state is starting to speak with one voice. And last week we had the Vets on the Hill Day, and we had over 300 veterans in the rotunda. And two of the items that they spoke a lot about was eliminating the property tax on our American Legions and VFWs. We're losing a lot of our Legions and VFWs. They're closing shop and so forth. And the tax, property tax is an issue. I know it's a county issue, basically. And another area that we need to make some adjustments on for across the state is the reducing the tax on charitable gambling, because a lot of that money that is brought in by our VFWs, American Legions, goes back into our communities, but a lot of it comes back to the state. So, Madam Speaker, would Chair Marquardt yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Marquardt, we're both going out the door now after this session. What would be your recommendation to new chairs of the tax committees to solve this issue with the taxes on the property taxes on the VFWs, American Legions, as also the charitable gambling tax? What would be your advice?
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Representative Detmer, first of all, I think it's very important that we provide tax relief for veterans, which actually the state of Minnesota has done over the years. As far as providing advice, I would leave that to my future chairs down the road.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Chair Marquardt. That's probably good advice. But I know that today and the rest of the week, the veterans community around the state, they are watching what we're doing here in the Capitol. And again, two of their priorities are to reduce that tax on property taxes on the VFW American Legions and also do something with that charitable gambling, because that is something that's important to these organizations, not just these two organizations, but across the state. So, Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, earlier we heard an analogy about why it's appropriate to pick winners and losers, and that we don't deal with taxes across the board. And I think the reference was if your house is on fire, you wouldn't ask a fire department, fire truck to come and hose down all of the houses around you. Well, I think the analogy is wrong. I think our tax policy and the taxes that we have in their state is actually in crisis mode. And so if you want to keep that analogy going, instead of thinking of a small fire coming towards your house, let's think of it as a forest fire coming over the hill, and you're living in all the houses along that first corridor, and we all are, whether we're low income or not. Then absolutely you would want a fire truck in every house hosing it down to keep it from burning. And I think that's important for us to remember, because so oftentimes here when we're dealing with policy, we deal with it in kind of a silo fashion in which all of us have this experience and expertise in certain areas. We aren't all experts in everything. So we come from that perspective as to what we see as important. This pot and this one, maybe that one is more important. And we all come from that piece. That's normal, that's common, for all of us to do that. And so I want you to keep that in mind as I talk about what I consider is the biggest missed opportunity that we have not in this bill, that I think will have far-reaching implications into the future. And that has to do with transportation. That's my expertise, okay? But it is also a general activity that impacts every other agency and area in state government. All that paper up there, all the paper in front of you, comes across roads and bridges. Every medication that you get in Health and Human Services comes through transportation, through roads and bridges. Actually, every service that we get, even if we were to try to go to all green electricity, the wind turbines and the solar panels all come from roads and bridges. And so here we were with a situation where we had a $9.9 whatever it was billion surplus to begin with, and we had an opportunity to change some of the money that is already collected in taxes. It's already collected through sales tax to go towards roads and bridges. Now, the transportation chair actually got it passed out of his committee, as he told me that I softened him up to the idea. And so the unfortunate part is I won't have another year to soften you up, Mr. Chair, towards that idea, because I think it's important to know that we have been told many times the amount of money that it needs to be invested in our infrastructure, roads and bridges, to go on into the future. And every dollar that we put into it today will pay off 2 and 3 times that into the future. But eventually we're going to have to pay that bill. Eventually that's going to come due. And we had an opportunity with this kind of surplus to have put about $200 million from sales tax collected for auto parts. And Representative Torkelson talked about this earlier, and so I'm just reinforcing what he said, something that would have great impact into the future. And so why would I argue for that when people on low income and others are still struggling? Well, because you either pay it in benefits to them or they're going to pay it out in increased costs. Because unfortunately, people in transportation system don't just absorb that cost. They pass it on to the consumer. They pass it on to the people that provide services. They pass it on to the government that has to provide those services for them. So we had an opportunity of having a long-term benefit that exponentially will pay for itself into the future, or we can help reduce some of the costs today, but then pay for it more into the future. I think the investment gave us an opportunity to do that. And so rather than thinking about the silos of what we want to do, protect this and protect that, how do we look into the future for all of the future needs that we're going to have, and how do we provide for that into the future? And I think that the sales tax that was already collected, that would be going to transportation, would by far pay for itself, and I really think it was a missed opportunity that we didn't have. And so I'm hoping that'll come back in the transportation part of the state government finance bill, because it is in the Senate bill up over there. But I think we really want to consider how it impacted and what kind of investment that would have been into the future. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too wanted to express my appreciation to Representative Marquardt. It's been a quick 10 years has gone by, and I wanted to thank you for our relationship and ability to work together, as well as Chair Joachim's. You know, Chair Marquardt, when the session started, you talked about the tax bill and how we're going to go do really bold ideas. And boy, I was excited because I thought you were Captain Kirk and I was getting on the Starship Enterprise, and that we were going to actually go where no man or woman has gone before with the tax bill. Unfortunately, I think the Klingons got in the way of our course. You know, there are some good things in this bill, but I am really troubled by how unbalanced this bill is. And in particular, when I think about the $9.25 billion surplus that we have, then we got an update in last month of another $666 million. You add that in, that puts us at $10 billion. We've got a fully funded budget reserve account and another $350 in the cash account. That's over $13 billion. That seems to be a great opportunity to have done some of those bold things that I erroneously surmised that we were going to maybe be able to do this year. It's unbalanced because less than 10% of this bill actually is spent on providing some of the hardest hit in our economy, the actual engine of economic activity, businesses which employ people, provide jobs, provide opportunities. And I only see such a small amount of the money in this bill going towards that effort of relief. The state general levy continues to generate more than $760 million a year to the general fund, and yet we use this money to redistribute it for some of the other things in this bill. There is plenty of opportunities for reform in that area. I talked to you about that and some other bills, but you did not want to hear them. And I won't expand on that conversation that we had because I don't want to put anyone in jeopardy in terms of what maybe I was reading between the lines. It's unbalanced because property taxes haven't been addressed. You talked about this bill as being the largest property tax cut, but I think you're inferring that the property tax relief is coming in the form of renter's credit. And that's not a tax cut. That's growing another program. It's growing a program and requiring funding of a program that's going to have to be dealt with in the future as you continue to grow government. The LGA formula. We had real opportunity this year to actually reform that. We've got about 27% of the state's population under the old current formula that gets or derives no benefit from that. And yes, I know I will hear rebuttals about stakeholders and the metrics in which we use to establish the LGA formula, but this is a formula that's been corrupted over the many decades, and it's not being distributed equitably. If we really wanted to do something for property taxes as a policy, we could have done more with regard to LGA and making sure that all communities are receiving some of that assistance. It's unbalanced because of the renter's credit. As I mentioned, it's not a tax cut. It's a subsidy that encourages renting over owning. We have long had a tax policy of encouraging home ownership. Incenting home ownership encourages stable neighborhoods, stable communities. And we have had in the past some of the highest home ownership rates in the nation here in Minnesota. And our policies were working because that allows those people to build wealth. You don't build wealth renting an apartment. You build wealth in owning your own home. And it's something that's generational. You can pass it on. Incenting home ownership also drives about 16 to 20% of this state's revenues. It does so in the form of good construction jobs and the income taxes on that, through sales taxes for all of the materials to build those homes, not to mention mortgage registration tax, state deed tax, all of these things that are collected off of the housing industry, mortgage banking, finance jobs, real estate commissions, origination fees. It's a big part of this state's economic health is a vibrant housing industry. And we have done little in this tax bill to incent that new construction in the private sector. This bill is also unbalanced with regard to the Social Security issue. Here again, picking losers and winners. Members, the Social Security deduction, you are taxed on your paycheck for that entire gross wage. It's a below-the-line deduction. So you're paying taxes on Social Security before you make that deposit in Social Security tax. And then when you receive the benefits, you're being taxed again. It's not right, it's unjust, and we should be joining the 38 other states that don't do this to their citizens. It shouldn't matter. Frankly, for those who are wage earners, they see a single deduction. For those who are the risk takers and the entrepreneurs, they're paying 50% more if you're a proprietorship, and you're paying double that. You're paying both sides of the Social Security contribution, yet your benefit doesn't change if you're self-employed. It doesn't change at all. This bill is also unbalanced because it provided no relief whatsoever for the landlords that never collected rent. There were opportunities to do that. Through no fault of any of the landlords, the moratorium eviction or eviction moratoria prohibited them being able to do anything about reimbursed for that. And despite the fact that ARPA and other federal assistance programs were intended to keep people in shelter, again, it wasn't the business's fault, it wasn't the landlord's fault, but suddenly these things, I've got constituents who are claiming to be hundreds of thousands of dollars of unpaid, uncollectible rents, yet there's no relief for them. It just seems that this tax bill has become more of a shell game of pushing money one direction at the expense of tug-of-war where people aren't getting relief in another. I just hate to see this looks like another election year bill in which you're getting plenty of money in the hands of constituents and broadening a constituent base of support with other people's money. It is unbalanced. I've said it 6 times. And I think we could do much better. And I hope that when it comes back from conference committee that we'll see a little bit more balance in a tax bill if we have one at all this year. So with that, members, I would encourage a red vote.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Madam Speaker and members, let me begin by first of all thanking Representative Marquardt for his years of service. Definitely one of the good guys in the legislature, Representative Marquardt. You are a role model for civility, excellence, temperament, and actually getting things done. I hope if you're ever in the Farmington area in the future, you stop down and say hi to me. And also, you're an encyclopedia of baseball statistics. So it's good to see it. It's good to see you, and I want to thank you for your years of service. Again, I can't say enough good things about you. We both have a shared background of chairing Ed Finance and working together on issues, and just good luck into the future, okay? I do want to say that this bill today is disappointing, but I don't want to overplay it. I don't want to go over the top and say it's like super disappointing. It's not like as disappointed as I was when I found out that Representative Winkler was moving back from Belgium. It's not like that level of disappointment. But it is disappointing. So I'd just like to highlight a couple of things, first of all, members. Members, we do have to do better, okay? So this bill is 272 pages. There's some good things and there's some bad things in there. And we have seen this happen at the legislature for many years under both DFL and Republican control, where we've seen more centralization and more consolidation of bills. And that's going to change next year. In 2023, you're going to have a new governing majority, and it's important that everybody in this chamber who's coming back hold people accountable for that promise to do things differently. Because we have reached a tipping point. We have reached a point at which the legislative branch is beginning to seize up and not be able to function as a co-equal branch of government, matched up with both the executive and judicial branches. And so hold us accountable. Hold us accountable on that, because, again, this is not a good way to make law. You can point plenty of fingers, but if we would have allowed Representative Marquardt the opportunity to pass this in chunks or as individual bills, we could have done a lot of good things. I do suspect, Representative Marquardt, that at the end of this session, this bill may be coming back as the bill, and it may have a lot of, it may be in a very dramatic, differently structured format than it is. So members, let's remember this today, and it's not a talking point. We got to do better. The House has to have more individual bills. Last session, during the regular session, only 31 bills were signed into law. You compare that with what happened over the last years and decades, it's a record low, and we have to do better. And so please hold people in the governing majority accountable for that next year. Our colleague, Representative Davids, is not here today. Usually he will put a name, a song he'll put on there to a bill to give it a name. I don't feel comfortable plagiarizing Representative Davids, so I don't think it's appropriate for me to give it a song name, but I did think that there's a movie title that would be appropriate to describe this bill. And that movie title, in 1997, it was Columbia Pictures. 1997, Columbia Pictures made a movie. And the title of it, I think, is very appropriate to my DFL colleagues. The title of that movie is I Know What You Did Last Summer. And then the sequel, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. And so as these bills go forward, talking about cost, talking about concern for the taxpayer, it's important to know what you did last summer. That the DFL majority tried to raise taxes 20 cents a gallon across the state of Minnesota, or still do the previous session. You tried to raise income taxes. You tried to raise property taxes on every commercial industrial property tax owner across the state. And the fact of the matter is, Minnesota government right now is too big, it spends too much money, and it taxes too much. And what we need to be doing in this state is going the opposite direction. We need smaller government with less spending and lower taxes. That's the contrast we have today, members. Members, I would ask you to vote no on this bill today. It goes in the wrong direction for Minnesota. We need to be making Minnesota a more affordable state to live, play, and do business. Madam Speaker, please vote no. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Yoakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since I'm speaking, it must mean we're all closer to a little late lunch here, right? Thank you, members. Thank you for the interesting discussion on the floor today. And it did get quite interesting on one of our amendments. I'm sure wish the discussion on that amendment could have been a little more focused on the bill, but unfortunately that is how things go around here far too often. So thank you to all of those who have talked, and all of you that have talked on third reading and brought us back to the bill that's actually before us today. I would like to once again highlight and I'm going to sound like a broken record, the LJ formula fix that's in this bill and how important a need-based formula is. It is an analytical approach and not a political one. And if the political discussion on the floor hasn't shown you how important having an analytical formula is, I really don't know how much more I could say to convince you. In case you haven't had a chance to look at the fiscal runs for LGA while we have been chatting on the floor here today, I'll give you a few quick examples of the increase the cities right in maybe Anoka County will receive on this new formula. This number that I'm going to say is just the increase, not the total LGA that they receive. So the city of Anoka, $81,766, Coon Rapids, $791,724, Fridley, $169,417, Columbia Heights, $234,534, Soco Pines, $10,753, Ramsey, $36,548, and Ramsey, that one makes me happy because this formula fix allows them to receive LGA again. They're one of the cities that were dropped off the formula and now can be back on. So LGA, as I've said before, is here to help cities provide public services. It's not a tool to punish. It is provided through a formula so that the process can be fair and equitable. Members, there were 148 bills introduced that came to Property Tax Division last year, which was tough because we were a committee that only met once a week. So we were able to squeeze out, with the help of getting some tax time, 19 hours of hearings. So it really wasn't feasible to hear every bill. And chairs have to make choices. And I know a lot of the members in this chamber understand that, and I want to thank you for the discussions y'all had with me on your bill. I am a very responsible and responsive person, and I think I have that reputation around here. I also might have a reputation of being a former staffer that gets very protective of their staff, so I checked with our committee administrator, and I hate to say that, Representative Barr, there was not a hearing request on the bill that you spoke about on the floor today. So, members, I understand how frustrated we've all been about being virtual, but I want to thank again House Public Information for helping us make it possible, and just remind people that we really are in the 21st century. We're here, we're more accessible at this time in our lives than we ever have been in history. We have emails, we have cell phones, we have a variety of social media we can be reached on. We are very easy to get a hold of, and I am more than happy to have a conversation. You may not like what my answer is, but I'm more than willing to listen. I would like to thank Representative Marquardt for including, I have to do the pitch on this, it's a program I really care about, the extension of the historic tax credit in this bill. This is a provision, someone had mentioned on the floor, I can't remember, that things in here aren't proven, but this is a provision that has been. The University of Minnesota Extension Services does a huge report every year to tell you how much this has spurred the economy. So over the 10 years that the Minnesota Historic Tax Credit's been in place, there's been $5 billion in economic activity generated, supported 28,000 jobs, and $1.9 billion in labor income. Additionally, 50% of the credit costs are repaid immediately after completed construction, and because the historic tax credit must be paired with the use of the federal historic tax credit, these projects also bring in to the state federal financial resources that would otherwise not be tapped. It is a program that has time and again proven to work. That is probably why it has such robust bipartisan support. So there are things in here that do work. Those of us on our House Tax Committee focus on the numbers. And we follow our chair, who does a great job of that, and the policy that go into the numbers. After all, that's what's expected. We are the tax committee. But members, the numbers on these spreadsheets do not ever tell the full story. Behind each one of those numbers is a Minnesotan. Behind each one of those numbers on our spreadsheet are people from across the state that live in all of our communities. You may have heard from some of those folks who just received their proposed assessed values in the mail last month, or who have just seen a jump in their rent. That is why I am so excited about the provisions in our tax bill to address property tax increases folks may see with an investment in programs like the homestead exclusion, property tax refund, senior deferral, targeted tax credits, even the school equalization portion we have. These programs will help address the spike in assessment values. They will help folks in our district, but you're right, we have to continue to work on that in conference committee because it doesn't address all of them. And as soon as we get a comprehensive tax bill out of the other body that includes property tax cuts, we can begin that discussion. The folks that we're talking about, the folks behind those numbers, they may be a young professional just starting out in the workforce or a family who's trying to make ends meet with rising childcare costs or school loans. They may be someone who is trying to downsize and facing a really crazy housing market, or a senior just trying to age in place. The investments we make in this tax bill are a way to reach out and provide much needed assistance to people all over our state. This bill makes targeted investments in people who have been hit hardest by COVID and are trying to recover. In this bill, we invest in Minnesotans who work hard, are productive members of our communities, and those we count on to keep our economy going. This tax bill puts money back into Minnesota's pockets at the time when they need it the most. This bill is balanced. It's fiscally responsible and invests in our future. Members, I ask for a green vote.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Clay, Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. And first of all, thank you for the good discussion on this bill, and thank you for the very generous comments. It's been an honor and privilege to serve with each and every one of you, and I truly will miss that. Members, this is a bipartisan bill. There's at least, that I counted, 24 Republican provisions, and that is one GOP provision every 11.2 pages of this bill. So you know, if you're counting. So, but I do want to correct a few things that were said on the House floor today. This is real tax cuts for folks where we can really provide the help. And into the next biennium, there are $1.6 billion in tax cuts. About $1.2 billion of it is permanent. And as Chair Joachim mentioned, this is balanced because it allows us, as you heard the other bills that came through in the last week and a half, to provide important, very crucial investments for our students and for our seniors in nursing homes and those with disabilities and public safety. It allows us to do that in a balanced way to really move the state forward. And, you know, when you look at the bill, and what we tried to do was, where can we make the most help? Where can we do the most good? Those are real tax cuts for our families, for our working families. And, you know, some were saying this was, you know, wouldn't make a difference. This would make a huge difference. Just $3,000 tax credit. Think about when you were raising a family and your children under 5 years of age and you've got those child care costs. $3,000 is huge. And if you have two, it's $6,000. Not counting the rebate checks and potentially having a student loan credit and the property tax relief we've put in there. I mean, in just the scenarios I gave you, it's $4,000 to $7,000 of tax cuts for our families. That is real. And to our senior citizens, it's $114 million just on a significant tax cuts on our Social Security benefits. That's huge. And then you put on top of that, again, the property tax cuts we have. That is really listening to our families and listening to our seniors out there who are saying, yes, we need to reduce costs, but I also want to stay independent in my home. There's a lot of talk about businesses. That is very important. That is very important for our economy. But I think the key to our economy and key to successful business is a strong middle class. Our strong, hard-working citizens of the state of Minnesota is the foundation to a strong economy, and that's what this tax bill does. It provides strategic, crucial tax cuts to our working families, which is going to be really, really important. Last thing I want to mention, we heard a lot about property taxes. It's a huge issue. I can't believe, and we heard from member after member about the concern on property taxes going up. If you want to really address the property tax situation, vote for this bill. $250 million of direct dollar-for-dollar relief, and a lot of it goes to our renters in that reform. But remember, our renters pay property taxes too through their rents. And 85% of those who live in rental units are our single seniors, our single parents, and our single individuals. That is and I mentioned in the situation with a senior couple renting, almost $1,000 increase. But there's $80 million to homeowners. $80 million. So I heard Representative Igo, you mentioned your situation. You should be, anyone who had a situation should be voting for this bill, because the Homestead Credit State Refund increases the maximum by $200. You could at least get another $200. There's the targeting in there, which says that if property taxes go up by more than 10%, anything above that, the state covers 60% of that up to $2,000. What a huge safety valve, where I heard a lot about we're going to be forced out of our homes. We have put protections to homeowners in this bill to the tune of about $80 million. It's going to keep seniors in their homes, young families in their homes. It will do more than anything else to keep folks being able to afford their property taxes. Because you've heard it, these market values are going up. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to equate into a property tax increase, but homeowners are going to feel that. No matter what, there's going to be increases. This bill provides those property tax cuts and that protection. 15% increase on ag land. We've got $25 million of relief in this bill for farmland, including what Representative Drazkowski and others worked a lot on, an increase to the ag to school, that agricultural school bond credit. We're raising that from 70 to 85%. That's $21 million alone. So property taxes are huge. This again, there has not been a bill since at least 2001 that has provided so much direct, and you notice I haven't even counted what goes to local government aid or county program aid. I'm talking about direct dollars through equalization and other things. And certainly through local government aid, CPA, we see a decrease there. But members, this bill really addresses that. So in sum, members, this bill says very strongly to our families, we have your back. It says to our senior citizens, we have your back. To our workers and small businesses, we have your back. And I just have one more thing. This bill doesn't, we're going to need another $200,000 if this bill becomes law. We're going to need another $200,000 because we're going to need that $200,000 to put all those billboards in North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa, and Wisconsin that's going to say, working families and seniors for lower taxes, great services, come to Minnesota. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members who haven't voted yet.
Bernardi.
Bernardi, aye.
Bernardi, aye. Damath.
Damath votes no.
Damath, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Kosnick.
Kosnick, no.
Kosnick, no. Moran.
Yes, aye.
Moran, aye. Morrison. Morrison, aye. Schumacher.
Schumacher, no.
Schumacher, no. Thompson.
The clerk will close.
Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll.
Thompson votes aye. Thompson, aye.
Thompson votes aye.
There being 69 ayes and 62 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.